And good morning and welcome to the Clearwater County Regular Interim Council meeting for January 14th, 2025. All public meetings are live streamed and recorded. Any written or verbal information provided may be included in the public documents as per the Freedom of Information and Privacy Act 41. I will call the meeting to order at 9:01. We have an agenda before us. Looking for a motion to adopt the agenda. Councillor Ratcliffe, thank you for the motion. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Looking to adopt item 3.1, which is the adoption of minutes from the then three council meeting minutes. So the first one is the Village of Caroline meeting minutes for December 18th, 2025. Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. I actually just have a question with regards to it. Stantec did a delegation to the council with regards to their capital infrastructure requirements. Are we able to get an update on that at some point?
CO Emmons.
It's administration's intent to bring that information to council's strategic planning committee to bring this new council up to speed on all the projects.
Thank you. I would make the motion to adopt as presented.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Milhoff makes the motion to adopt. Any other questions? Call the question. All those in favor? The motion's carried. Thank you. Moving on to the regular council meeting minutes of January 7th. Looking for a motion to adopt. I have mentioned to, by the way, I have mentioned to Ms. Thompson that there were some name errors in there to please correct, like Deputy Reeves Daryl Cermak. So she has made that correction and a few others. So anyways, just to let you guys know. So Councillor Ratcliffe, would you make that motion?
The agenda, amended minutes.
Motion to adopt the amended minutes. Thank you. Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, talking about the Deputy Reeve and stuff, I would personally just like to be addressed as Councillor Cermak. I think the only time I should be addressed as Deputy Reeve should be if the Reeve is not available to be here, then that's fine. Other than that, Councillor Cermak, it's just great. Thank you.
Okay. Motion on the floor to adopt the regular meeting minutes, regular council meetings of January 7th as amended. Call the question. All in favor? Carried. Now looking to the council organizational meeting of January 7th. I believe there was a few changes in there too, just different name changes as well. So I've asked Janet to amend them before. So if someone would like to make that motion, Councillor Gibson.
Can I ask,
Yep.
what about the disposal of the ballots?
I'll just get to that.
Okay, sorry.
No, that's okay.
I will make that motion.
You'll make the motion? Okay, thank you. Motion to adopt the amended minutes of the council organizational meeting of January 7th. All those in favor? And that's carried. At our organizational meeting and regular meeting on January 7th, there was one motion that we did forget, and I'm wondering if we could just bring that motion to this and that was to destroy the secret ballots. We did not make that motion at the last organizational meeting, as Councillor Gibson has referred to, so I'm wondering if we could make that motion now, and so that way we have I's dotted, T's crossed. So Councillor Gibson, did you want to make that motion? Okay. Oh, sorry, I apologize. Okay, Councillor Gibson will make that motion to destroy the ballots from the organizational meeting of January 7th. All those in, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you. I assume those ballots have already been destroyed?
Yes.
Yeah, all right, thank you.
Okay, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That motion's carried. Moving on to the section 4, which is the bylaw section, and item 4.1 is the first reading of bylaw 2506, application 27/24 to amend the land use bylaw. I'll turn over to Mr. Bisson this morning. Good morning.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. Good morning, Council. Baseline land currently holds title to the Southwest 4, 37-4 west of the 5th, containing 155.01 acres of land. The subject land is located approximately 14.5 kilometers northeast of the village of Caroline. Bradley and Katrina Klotz have made application on behalf of their company to redesignate 5.52 acres located in the northwest portion of the quarter section from Agriculture District A to Country Residence Agriculture District CRA. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with the subdivision process to create separate title to the 5.52 acre CRA parcel. The proposed developed 5.52 acre parcel is described as being heavily treed and having rolling topography that contains a residence. The applicants have also indicated that existing services, including a water well and open discharge septic system, are in place. The proposal is described as rolling with some planted trees, shrubs, and lawn. Access to the proposed parcel can be obtained from Range Road 4-4 adjacent to the west property boundary. The balance of the quarter section is described as slightly rolling, moderately treed land. There is an undeveloped subdivision taken out of the west central portion of the quarter. Access to the remainder of the quarter can be obtained from an existing access off Range Road 4-4, again adjacent to the west property boundary. Surrounding land uses are predominantly agricultural land with a few residential parcels and one crown quarter section directly to the north. Pending the results of the land use amendment, the applicants will proceed with a subdivision process to create separate title to the proposed CRA parcel. The attached package provides more detail and the proposed development, and the applicants are present to speak at the meeting for the proposal. As we look at planning direction, we look at the Municipal Government Act, Section 9, which are considerations that we must make, and those are provincial considerations. Section 5, going into the county's MGA, Section 5 is how the proposal will affect, we need to consider how the proposal will affect agricultural land in the area surrounding the proposal. Section 6 are policies and guide to guide development of residential parcels. Section 10 are just rules surrounding residential development in Clearwater County. Section 11 deals with the location of parcels and the rules and regulations around water and wastewater. Section 14 are some additional studies that we can request. And Section 14.2.10 through to 14.2.15 just deals with municipal reserves and how we collect them here in Clearwater County. And then I've got the Clearwater County Land Use Bylaw there, which gives us the general purpose of the CRA district and the parcel sizes as well. As we look at policy considerations, the proposed redesignation is to allow the creation of a 5.52 acre CRA parcel in the northwest portion of the quarter. Legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter has been met. Staff reviewed and considered the impact on adjacent farming activities and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact existing farm operations in the area, as the proposed parcel will continue to be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel would be considered the third title out of the quarter section and would align with MDP policy 10.2.2. And that leads me into the recommendation, and that is that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-006 and proceed to a public hearing. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for the development officer at this time? Councillor Cermak?
Yeah. Why the 0.52 on this area? Adding to the 5, our policy says 5 acres, this is 5.52. Why the extra 0.52?
So I'm not exactly sure why there's the extra 5.2 added to it, but the policy does say if the parcel is developed, as it is in this case, they can go up to 7 acres in size. So they are under the maximum.
Okay.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Are there any environmental concerns on this parcel? It looks like there's a creek or wetland there to the north. And is there any conflict between that and the open discharge septic system?
So certainly the open discharge septic system, the setback for that is 90 meters from a proposed property line. That will be a requirement that the landowners will have to replace that system.
Okay.
And they are aware of that.
What about environmental issues with that creek or wetland there in the northwest corner?
Certainly on the north edge of the parcel, it certainly does look like it is, there is maybe a tributary that flows through there, maybe a seasonal drainage. If the Municipal Planning Commission so wishes, we could place an environmental reserve easement over that section of land, that chunk of land.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you. My question was in regards to the open discharge as well, but you're saying that that's already going to be changed. So
That's correct.
We'll meet the 90-meter setback.
Yes.
Thank you.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
One more question. What's the current agricultural activity on this property? I just see a lot of quad trails through there.
Perhaps I will direct that question to the landowner, and if she can explain what the purpose of the property is for.
Good morning, Ms. Clouds. Yeah, please use the microphone there. Yeah, it's ready to go. Thank you.
Didn't do introductions.
So as far as the entire quarter section right now,
Yes.
it would be suitable for grazing. It's not suitable for crops. We don't have anything on it right now, no cattle, nothing. So it's just ag land, just sitting there. So this parcel is quite densely treed. So we just felt it was more suitable for residential than for grazing or any other kind of intensive agricultural use.
Okay. Is the residence currently occupied?
It is not.
Right. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we have a staff recommendation. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Eve. I would make the motion to grant first reading and go to a public hearing.
Okay. Thank you for the motion. Any other comments or questions on the motion to grant first reading? Do you have a motion, question on the first reading? Councillor?
Oh,
Okay, no,
sorry.
that's fine. No, that's okay. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you very much. So that is passed for first reading and go to a public hearing. Thank you for coming in today. Moving on then to item 4.2, which is the consideration of the first reading for bylaw 2505, application 26/24, to amend the land use bylaw and review the draft Rutherford outline plan. And again, I'll turn it over to Mr. Bisson.
All right, thank you, Reeve Swanson. On November 26, 2024, council gave first reading to bylaw 1215-24 and reviewed the proposed Rutherford outline plan. Due to the amalgamation and the creation of the new municipality, the previous bylaw that received first reading is no longer valid. After discussing how best to proceed, administration decided to restart the process for the land use amendment application 26-24. I know that 6 of you have already heard the full report at the council meeting on November 26. If there is no objection and Councillor Gibson doesn't have any questions, I will forgo rereading the report and proceed directly to the staff recommendation.
Councillor Gibson?
Problem with that.
Okay. So then administration requests that council do the following. One, that council consider granting first reading to bylaw 25-005 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw 714-01 to redesignate 20.15 acres of land from agriculture district to country residence district CR, and to redesignate 2.11 acres of land from agriculture district to institutional district at part of the Northeast 10, 36-7 west of the 5th, and proceed to a public hearing. The purpose of the land use amendment is to create 6 CR parcels and 1 municipal reserve parcel. And then number 2, the council review the draft Rutherford outline plan and identify additional information needed prior to the adoption and consideration of second and third reading. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll now entertain either a motion to direct our discussion or questions for Mr. Bisson. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff, please.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion as per staff recommendation number 1. This just makes sense. The land is zoned agriculture, but it's not being used for agriculture. This just makes sense. We also have the ability to tour this with the Municipal Planning Commission, and I think that this will be a much better use of the land.
Okay, thank you. So the motion's on the floor to grant first reading. Any other comments or questions in regards to first reading? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And the motion's carried. There's a second staff recommendation in regards to reviewing the draft outline plan. We're looking to adopt that outline plan before consideration of second, or identify any extra information needed. Is there any extra information needed in the draft outline plan? I feel it's complete. I'm fine with how it's been presented. Anyone else? Councillor Ratcliffe?
No, it looks good. I have a small concern about the flooding on the eastern portion as to how low that land is, but I'm sure that Mr. Hagsma has looked at all that already. I said, I'm sure that Mr. Hagsma has looked at the elevations and the potential for flooding already. So,
Okay. So with that, if there's no further, go ahead, Deputy Reeve Melhoff, or sorry, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. Is that something that we should be having you present or have the outline plan be more specific on, is the flooding, or
That
is that not
certainly
something we're
is.
concerned about?
That certainly is something that, that council could request additional information for. My suggestion would be to go through the public hearing process, and if there may be a number of studies that, that council requests. I would suggest requesting them prior to the adoption of second and third reading and prior to the adoption of
Go
the
through the
outline
public
plan.
hearing first and
Yeah.
see where it lands.
This was just to give you guys a chance to review it, and if there was anything, and I believe staff administration has already recommended to the landowners that they prepare a floodplain study as well, so.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
of course, with MPC, I've already reviewed this outline plan. Do we need a motion?
No, it's just
Okay.
for more information.
Okay.
Okay. If there's no further information, I believe this item is done, and we will see you at the public hearing. Thank you for coming in today.
Thank you, council.
You bet. Now moving on to item 4.3, which is the first reading of 25/002, application 23/24 to amend the land use bylaw. And I believe Mr. Clark will be joining us.
There's a request to move on to the delegation as
Oh.
this landowner is not here.
Okay. My question is also for, can we move on to 4.4? I mean, we still have a few more minutes before the delegation. Okay, excuse me. So we'll move on then to item 4.4, which is the first reading of bylaw 25 slash. So maybe we'll just take a brief break, please. And welcome back. So we just had some jigs and jags in our agenda here. We are waiting on a few landowners to attend, and that's fine. In the meantime, we are going to move up in our agenda to item 6.1.1, which is the Alberta Community Partnership Program grant application for Clearwater County. And I will ask Mr. Hansen to present, please.
Yes, good morning, Council. So this item here is in regards to the Alberta Community Partnership Program grant application. It was kind of a hurried grant application as the due date is tomorrow, and we do require a council motion for this grant. So a little bit more background. So it does offer funding for municipal restructuring as with our amalgamation with Caroline. As I said, it does require a motion of council to support the application. The amount that we'd be eligible for is $1.2 million. $250,000 of this is for the transitional stream, and $950,000 of this grant would be for the infrastructure stream. So the transitional stream includes projects such as the assessment information transfer, IT equipment, financial audits, community engagement activities, infrastructure audits, integration of administration systems. So some of these programs are already underway, but it's going to take us a course of the year and some there to get this integration on, but that would provide funding to get those programs, that integration completed for the two municipalities, or for the new municipality. The infrastructure stream includes infrastructure assets that require upgrading or repair. So staff reviewed the recently updated the Village of Caroline Capital Infrastructure Plan, and we came with two recommendations out of that plan. The project number one is the rehabilitation of 49th Street from 48th Ave to 47th Ave. So that's an error actually in your agenda item. I think it said 49th Street from 48th Street to 47th Street. It's supposed to be 48th Ave to 47th Ave. So this includes upgrades to replacing the sanitary sewer, upgrading the water main, adding a stormwater system, and asphalt surfacing. So that road right now is currently gravel. The estimated cost, according to that capital infrastructure plan, is about $915,000. This project was identified in that capital infrastructure plan as priority number 1, immediate attention required. This is due to the historic sewer backups that have occurred in the area, minor overland flooding because of the lack of the stormwater system, as well as this upgrade would be required to support any additional development to the north. So 49th Street is a main trunk line that services the entire community as it goes down to the lagoon. So all the sanitary need to run through this area in order to get to the lagoon. So if any additional development for, say, the commercial area or the industrial area, it all has to come through there. And this entire 49th Street has actually been determined as in poor condition in order to be able to support that future development. It's undersized, et cetera. So the second project, which I'm sure most people are aware of, is the rehabilitation of 48th Ave from 50th Street to 52nd Street. That's in front of the school as well as the arena. Upgrades include replacing that sanitary sewer, condition rating is very poor. As well as you need to upgrade the water main and asphalt surfacing when you're done. Even though the asphalt surfacing is not in terrible condition, it's still a high priority because of the condition of the sewer. So this project was identified in that capital plan as a critical rehabilitation, a priority 2. This is primarily due to that sanitary sewer being rated very poor. So it is important, I think, to let this council know, we're not very familiar with Caroline as of yet, but 80% of the water lines in Caroline are asbestos cement pipe. They were a commonly used material in the 50s and 60s that were used for conveyance of water. Now, there are no safety concerns with it being asbestos cement pipe. There have been studies done on it there, and Alberta Health has put out a message or a communication in that regard that it's not unsafe, but because they were installed 1962, they are coming to the end of their service life. So whenever, we're looking at critical infrastructure, when we're, using the sanitary, for example, the water lines should be replaced. So there hasn't been a whole bunch of concern with the water lines for condition-wise, but they do need to be replaced as we're doing those deep undergrounds. So with that, these projects are fairly new to us. Like I say, we're gathering this information off that capital infrastructure plan. So we are likely going to be successful with the grant. So the intent is that if we are successful with the grant, with those grant conditions, we'll be bringing these items back to council for consideration. Of course, we've exceeded the grant amount with these 2 projects. So we need to have more discussion with council about a capital plan moving forward. But this will get us a start. We need to get this application in right away because we don't want to miss out on a great opportunity for $1.2 million. So with that, happy to answer any questions.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe, then we'll go to Councillor Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Will this ACP funding be available on an ongoing basis, or is this a one-time opportunity for us to get some grant funding for these repairs?
This ACP funding is for the municipal restructuring, so that stream would be probably finite in a one-time entry, but I would assume and I hope that there will be other funding opportunities, as we get farther into developing to see what that infrastructure deficit is and making those arguments, with the, we know we've identified issues with the lagoon system as well as the water discharge system. We didn't want to apply for that project because there's still a lot more information to be gathered on that program. This seems to be kind of fits more in line with something that we could actually pin down today. But we're very hopeful there'll be more grant opportunities in the future.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melloff.
Thank you, Reeve. Can we maybe meet with the Minister of Municipal Affairs? Because, this is just one study that has come to light, right, or one set of information. And if you calculate all the numbers on all the projects that you have listed here, it's just under $11 million. And we're only eligible for 1.2? That's pretty significant difference there between what is available to us for granting for taking on the Village of Caroline and what is actually needed to support the newly formed hamlet. Are we able to meet with him and be like, these are real problems that our municipality now has had to take on with taking on the hamlet, taking on the Village of Caroline as a hamlet?
Mr. Evans?
The Minister of Municipal Affairs is definitely one of the ministers. Staff will reach out for a meeting with this council at the upcoming RMA.
And they may or may not accept the meeting.
Ms. Hay?
Thank you. In addition to add on to what CAOM is saying, council does have other tools and resources available through that, to them over budgetary planning, such as tax rates, special levies. There are other tools. So this grant is just one of the other tools that are available to council. And perhaps Ms. Sirhan could add on to that.
Ms. Sirhan?
Yes, we do expect to be doing some more in-depth analysis on what exactly is required to provide the services in the newly formed hamlet of Caroline to match the service levels that the rest of the county has, and whatever this council decides in the next few months as far as doing their service level review to ensure that the service levels are what they want them to be across the whole municipality. And again, Ms. Haight's correct in that this is one of the tools. It's available because of the amalgamation. It's available for our municipality, and we don't have to apply through the normal application process. It's going directly to the minister. This is what's before council today is just ensuring that council supports the projects that has been recommended by administration. If these aren't the projects that this council would like to see move forward, we would have to have a motion today on which project is the biggest priority. The reason, as Director Hansen has said, the reason there's two projects there is because the most dire need doesn't quite meet the total that is available. And maybe that's when we move into the next step in this process, which is identifying exactly what needs to be done and doing some more analysis. Maybe and figuring out where the additional funding is going to come from, if both projects are completed, or just doing the one project that's most in need and accessing 915,000 instead of the 950. So it is leaving a few dollars on the table if that's the decision of this council, but then the funding for the second project can take more time this council can take more time to decide what that funding source is for that second project. But having them both listed in the motion would provide this council more flexibility in the decisions of the next step.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. And I guess looking to the future and trying to anticipate challenges so they don't become a surprise, you had mentioned that 80% of this sanitary system had an asbestos content in the piping. Just understanding how that's remediated, is it left in place and built a new system, or is that material actually removed and disposed of? And understanding that in many structures, asbestos becomes a huge challenge to a project or to a remediation of a building, or just trying to understand, is this in the future going to be a big barrier to be able to rehabilitate the sanitary system within Caroline?
Mr. Hansen?
Yeah, we're not familiar with the product ourselves. Obviously, the village has done some work, and there's other streets that have been rehabilitated in the past, so I'm sure there would be a mitigation measure that is required and likely to be removed. I would highly doubt that product would be staying in place. There again, we're not we're not familiar with it. We don't have it in any of our hamlets there currently. So, but certainly every step that would be required to be taken to remediate that will be done.
Follow up? Yep.
And that would have been included in these estimates that we're seeing here for the two projects that are noted?
Mr. Hanson?
Yeah, it's the same engineering firm that provided that assessment as well as the identifying of the products in the ground. They've done extensive work with the village, trusting that it's all inclusive. It's the most up-to-date information. That was the benefit actually of having, you know, and appreciate that of the village. They're spending those resources on updating that plan as late as December of 2024. So it's the most updated information. Has it been validated yet? No. So that'll be the course of what happens there. Like I say, this is a hurried application as we've been amalgamated for 14 days to date, and we're required to put in an application in order to, otherwise we'll miss out on this funding opportunity. But the estimates have not been vetted yet, or as well as the validity even of the condition. What we're relying on is an engineering report that says so, which is good enough for the application process. We will have to do our due diligence in the future, and that's why these projects will be brought back.
Thank you.
You bet.
Okay, Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. This is exactly the concern of many of the ratepayers through this process, is to know what we're getting into. I have a lot more questions, but I understand from Chief Emmons' comments that we will tackle this at another meeting, I think next week. So let's get this funding and see what we can do with it. I would make the motion then that council approves the application for the Alberta Community Partnership Program grant.
Okay, thank you, Councillor Ratcliffe, for the motion. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I absolutely agree with your motion, but I do have a question. I've asked a few times when we're doing projects about the county's dig once policy, and through that I've learned that it really only applies to Nordegg. Can we make that apply everywhere, so that if we're digging in Caroline, that we're doing the dig once thing there too? So if they need fiber conduit ran, if they need gas lines ran, if they need like all the things, can we make the dig once policy apply everywhere rather than just Nordegg, so that we're not digging it up again if we decide to fiber up the village, or they need gas or something?
CEO Evans?
So you're correct with Nordegg because we engineer it. So we have the ability to engineer for all the needed utilities as we are developing that community. Caroline is a developed community. It has the infrastructure you're talking about. So it really is a matter of ensuring the engineering is consistent, those utility corridors are identified and maintained. But even in all our projects, Councilor Melhoff, we do our best to apply that dig once philosophy. It really hinges on the engineering available at the time as well.
No, sorry, Reeve.
Yeah, go ahead.
Thank you. No, thank you for that. I just want to see that if we have to put other things in, or if we even think we're going to put other things in, that we do it at the same time. I know that I would love to see us put glass lines, fiber lines all throughout the newly formed hamlet. It would just make sense if we're ripping up a street that we do it at the same time. So just my thoughts.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, these two projects that you're proposing, they're gonna be done at the same time so that we only have one mob and deep mob cost, because that cost can get quite extravagant when you're moving big equipment in to do one and then move out and then move back in. There'd be quite a savings if we could do them both. I know that we don't have the funding for the 1.8, but it would be a shame to not do that because of the mob and demob costs.
I guess really what we're looking forward to is, like I say, an in-depth review and a workshop with, strategic planning session with council to help establish these priorities here in Caroline. We've identified, like, there's there's millions and millions of dollars that can be spent. Really, we need to spend time, say, getting very comfortable with the data that we have in front of us, as well as, say, more robust discussion with council to decide, how we are going to fund these projects. I don't disagree that every time we can mobilize once there for 2 projects, it's a good use of funds. Logistically, I don't know, if you dig up 2 streets at the same time, it can become problematic. This one, I don't see it, there's enough separation there. But they are 2 very distinct projects there, they could be done separately. So with that, again, if we get through this application stage, if we get approved, and we'll see what the conditions of the grant are, and then we would definitely say, as soon as we have that information available, we'll be coming back, and I could see a very thorough workshop to discuss, some of the highest priorities in Caroline and start developing a rehabilitation plan for the entire community.
Okay, Brother Ward? Yep.
When we're doing this, are we doing it to the standards that the county has already adopted for the rest of our hamlets? And then we're gonna do the same in Caroline. We're not gonna go above what we do for the rest of the hamlets. They're all gonna be equal, right?
Yeah, the village does have its own standards, and we've seen even through some of the information that has been provided, the engineering reports, they've had an established standard when it comes to flow rates for fire service, for example, asphalt thickness. Some of our standards that we do have in other municipalities are maybe a little bit more robust because, if we think about Caroline's, what their position was, is they needed to actually maximize their value and, even possibly not do all the things that they wanted to because of affordability. We wouldn't want to sacrifice the quality of what we're having from everything moving forward because of affordability when it's the right thing to do. And there again, those things, we need more time to go through what the infrastructure deficits are and then have that discussion. But ultimately, we want to ensure that whatever we do is supporting additional growth and that it's maintenance-free and that we have an asphalt surface that's going to last the entire projected life cycle. So there's a combination of the existing standards there to not try to reinvent the wheel in Caroline, but also make sure that we have the best product there that ensures longevity.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
So motion on the floor that council will approve the application for the Alberta Community Partnership Program grant. Any other further comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. We're going to take a quick break as we get our delegation in for and welcome back. We are now at item 5.1, the delegation section, and we're going to welcome here the group. We'll let them introduce themselves in a minute, but this is in regards to the Emergency Warming Shelter Working Committee, and we'll do a quick round of introductions, starting on my right, and we'll follow up.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff. I'm the counselor for Division 1.
Good morning, Daryl Wahid, counselor for Ward 3.
Ward 3. Yeah. Good morning, Brian Cermak. I'm counselor for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and counselor for Ward 7.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, counselor for Division 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, counselor.
Okay. CO Emmons.
Oh.
Keep on going.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Good morning, Matt Martinson, Director of Agriculture and Community Services.
Good morning, this is John Hoptendries. I'm just a community member at large for the group here.
David Carter, Executive Director of the Lord's Food Bank here in town.
It's on.
It's on. Ken Duma, I'm the pastor at First Christian Reformed Church just down the road here, and I'm representing the ministerial and the various churches in the community.
And I'm Kandis Stradecki, and I'm the chairperson for the Clearwater Regional Housing Foundation, and somewhat the lead for the warming shelter. So I know that time is of the essence, so I'll get right to it. I believe that everybody has already received the revised edition, our proposal. In the fall, so November and December, we went through a number of revisions about how to bring this forward for our community. So today we just really need to be able to update a couple of things that have happened. Last night was officially the first night that we opened the warming shelter. Unfortunately, that was a bit beyond the timelines that we had hoped for. There have been some, I'll say, learning opportunities along the way that have resulted in us having to do some things differently than what was initially understood. So where we're at now is really, as you can see from the proposal, that this is a collaborative effort coming forward from a number of different agencies and groups. One of the agencies that has also come on side is ROAR. That was not necessarily mentioned as part of the original working committee, but as we began to understand what would be needed for people who were in need of this type of service, is that often they would have pets alongside of them. And so ROAR has come on side, and we're right now trying to get the building permit to be able to have temporary shelter outside of the food bank, which is where the warming shelter will be housed. So that would allow for pets to be taken care of in quite frigid temperatures as well. Second, the update based on the information that you would have received. The town of Rocky Mountain House actually agreed in December that their support would be temperature triggered for this shelter program. So what that means is that they have agreed that at temperatures of -20, including wind chill, as defined by Environment Canada, then we would receive $300 per night, and that would be billed back similar to a fee-for-service kind of schedule with the proof of temperature trigger. Also, we have confirmation that we have received $20,000 approval from the province of Alberta towards this project. And then coming forward to the county, what we're requesting is somewhere in the neighborhood of $8,000 to $17,000 towards this project. On the final page, you'll see that there was some program costs, what we anticipated based on when we hoped to open. Now, I realize that we're a bit behind in terms of the schedule, and that may look like it could alter the funding dollars that would be received. Our request is that actually that funding amount still stand, because as I referenced the learning opportunities, what we would hope then is that for the year of 2025, if we need to, or when we need to open a warming shelter, that we would already have money set aside and that we would be able to hit the ground running come the winter season. And so that we would be able to open for probably mid-October in 2025, because we know that we had frigid temperatures certainly in October and November of 2024. We do intend to still continue, of course, with the warming shelter as it opened last night. And then on top of that, we're just still working on consolidating some of the other things required under insurance and licensing so that we'll be able to open the mats as well. Do you want to add?
Yeah, I don't have a whole lot to add, just to say it's been amazing to see the different groups pulling together and working together, having the different buy-ins from town council, from the provincial government, and now having the opportunity to speak here and seek county support as well. It's just a wonderful opportunity to work together. I don't think I have to convince anyone that it's a need. These are very, very challenging times for a lot of people. At the food bank, I think a lot of people would assume I'm dealing with the homeless and destitute primarily, and to be honest, I'm dealing more and more with working people. And just the discouragement that they're seeing with rising rents, rising utility costs, rising grocery costs. And so there's not a lot of disposable income, and most people don't have much of a safety net. There's many people that are working hard right now that are this close to ending up on the street themselves. And so we have to have something. It's not a solution. It's a necessary emergency measure to be there for people because anyone could find themselves, kicked out of the house even, after a fight and nowhere to go. And we, just yesterday, I helped out a lady that showed up at our door, and she'd been out in the cold sleeping all night because we hadn't been able to open due to insurance reasons and all that sort of thing. And we required to be transported to the hospital. It wasn't -20. It wasn't that cold. But still, you could tell some of her skin was pretty red. I got her a blanket, warmed it up in the dryer for her. I got her a cup of soup and warmed her up, and then a staff member and I transported her to the hospital. And just the feeling that I had of just, why couldn't we have been open last night? And what the lessons we've talked about, we've learned is just how complicated the systems can be, how hard it can be to get things going. And we know as agencies and working professionally in this field, and these are the same roadblocks we run into, but how much more challenging would it be for our most vulnerable citizens to navigate these systems? And so I just encourage county to consider what they could put towards the support of the program. It's going to take massive societal change before a program like this isn't a need. And so, but I hope we all are also working on those other issues concurrently. Thank you.
Are you open for questions?
Absolutely.
Okay. I'll open the floor to questions. My first question actually is, when these, the vulnerable come in, are you guys keeping data as
Yes.
to why, whatever else to help? I'll just say we can identify that gap as to where they're following through and where some of those things, and it does help to, I would say, the Alberta government to identify, where they're lacking in some of their support services as well as what I can see. So is that data going to be reported monthly or at the end of the season, or what is your thoughts?
So that data is actually kind of both ways. Once the MAP program is open, we actually are required to be registered with the province as part of their larger database system, and we need to upload each day the number of people that have used those mats. But then at the end of the season, we are required under the grant from the province to report on a number of measures actually. And so that's built right into the Schedule A and Schedule B. So those things would include, obviously, male, female, length of time unhoused, where they originated. If they're willing to share the reason that they're homeless at this point, we certainly would take that. We also are hopeful to be able to do a tool called empathy mapping. I'm not sure if everybody is familiar with that, but again, that's on a voluntary basis, but for those who would be willing to do it, it certainly gives us a larger picture of why someone is in this type of position and helps us to maybe plan for services that would address some of those gaps. So absolutely, it's a requirement, and it would happen on a couple of different levels that there is reporting.
Perfect, thank you.
Yeah.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. So FCSS has a different mandate in a bunch of different municipalities. They choose to use FCSS in different ways. Is this something that can go through that stream, like that program? No?
No, we've been told no.
Why?
Well, just what you said in terms of what the funding priorities are, or where they're allowed to put the money. So that's why the ask went to, it went to town council, then to this council, and then to the province separately.
Is that something that we can change in FCSS? Every municipality seems to be using FCSS a little bit different. This seems like it could fit in the FCSS world. Unless I've never sat on the FCSS board, so maybe I am misunderstanding their mandate, but every municipality is using it a little bit differently.
Director Martinson?
Thank you, Reeve, and thank you for the question, Councillor Malhoff. There is sort of different components of SCSS and how each community utilizes that. It's in our instance, it's around 80% funded by the province, and so that funding is fairly constrained to the provincial agreements that FCSS signs and what the provincial priorities are. There is more potential flexibility with municipal funding that goes that direction, and that's where I believe the reference is to how other communities utilize FCSS. Their funding ratios may be not that split 80-20, it might be 50-50, and they have more, of course, the municipality would have more leeway as how to use the municipal funding. So it's something that I, and obviously we are not the managing partner of FCSS, that is the town, and I can have a bit of a discussion with Andrea and better understand this. FCSS has an awful lot of asks all the time, and I think if we were to redirect funding, it's just there's going to be some other worthy, a cause that's potentially going to be not funded now. In essence, we're sort of taking from Peter to support Paul, but now Peter is, and Peter might be coming back here, and so I think, hopefully that's a good enough answer to the question at this time, and I can follow up with our partners in the town, and if there's anything additional to share with council, I'll go ahead and do that.
I appreciate that. Supplementaries.
Supplementary.
Thank you. Do we know why the town chose to have it be a temperature trigger? Like, it just seems like it'd be very difficult for you to determine somebody to be there if they're waiting to find out what time it is, waiting to find out what temperature it is before, just seems like it'd be very difficult logistically to only be open on different temperatures.
Well, thank you for agreeing with us, Councillor Melhoff. It's very difficult to plan staffing, volunteer resources, even to share the information about, oh, it's only -20 versus -25, right? I think the reasoning is really about being able to respond in a timely way. And then also I think there's always a concern that when groups such as this would come forward, that if we're asking for a grant, that then we would expect that that would be annualized, and I think there's some caution around that. I think several members of this council are aware that I've been here before representing the Regional Housing Foundation, and that really we are looking at this in some ways of demonstrating the need, proving the data, and being able to move forward to have an actual full-time shelter program. And so I recognize that this might look like it's only temporary, but we know that it's not. And so I think that's part of the concern, is that if we're setting money aside, are we only just doing a Band-Aid, or are we doing a larger planning process, right?
Thank you.
Yeah. Are there any other questions? Councillor Gibbs?
Where did the minus 20 come from? Like, to me, that's bloody cold.
So that came from advocacy from David and I. Actually, the initial temperature trigger was recommended at minus 25. And that came from research that one of our employees with the town had completed about across the board, across Canada or across Western Canada, when do other shelter programs open their doors, especially those that might be temperature triggered. And so the initial recommendation was minus 25 and we recommended minus 20. I do need to say that what we also recommended is that we would have a warming shelter open every day because minus 20 is bloody frigid. And sometimes minus 15 or minus 10 is very, very cold, depending on the other environmental conditions, right? So for us, it was important to be able to have a warming shelter, period, and stop every day of the winter season, and that we would add the MAT program additionally.
Yeah, and so the town is only going to be providing funding on the days that meet their criteria of the minus 20 or lower. But the program will be operating every night.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. I believe FCSS isn't allowed to own property or capital assets or fund capital assets, but some operating aspects they might be able to do. Anyway, what number of people do you expect to be supporting with this program?
So here's the example. You'll recall 2 weekends ago now, the food bank opened to have a celebratory midnight meal because it was very cold outside and we were inviting others to come in to share. And so sometimes what happens is you have a food coma after you eat and then you fall asleep on a mat and you just stay there. We had 4 people who did that during that weekend, and that was with zero advertising, really. We were not open for business, and we had 4 who needed that. We know that from previous programs, we have roughly 18-ish individuals who will stay over, and we know that we have roughly 30 to 35 who come and go.
Councillor Cermak?
Yeah, Kandis, can you explain your variance in your wish here? You said you wished between 8 and 17K.
Yeah.
Can you explain why the big discrepancy and the lower number? What does that give you and what does a higher number give you?
So the 8,000 gives us the ability to just run for the next few months and to be able to pay our staff adequately and some of those other costs that we know might occur. So one of those things might be, because we know that we're representing a larger county area. We know that, for example, we get phone calls either at the women's shelter, because they are often kind of like a point of entry, or at the food bank, from others within the county who can't necessarily get here and might need assistance. So that allows us to either pay for a cab fare to get them to shelter, or to be able to provide a hotel voucher so that they would be able to stay in their community of origin if there's a hotel, right? We also know that sometimes we may be over capacity. We know from the pop-up shelter experience in February of 2024 that there were a number of people that came forward who were not previously, because as you remember, that's when temperatures hit the minus 45 to minus 50 range. We know that there were other people who needed more assistance at that point, and so that would allow us to also meet that need if we have that kind of cold snap. The larger amount of money allows us to plan for the fall so that we're not kind of trying to catch up and having more roadblocks, because we would already have funding allocated, set aside, and be able to join that with money from other grants so that we could continue running fluidly. So that's the reason for the discrepancy.
Okay.
And also because we're not trying to be greedy. We're not trying to say match what the province gave us, because we recognize that this council also is responsible for a very large area, other communities. But we know that that is kind of what we need in order to be able to run now versus running and planning for the entire year.
So the 8,000 would get you to the fall?
It would get us to the close of
Or
this
to the
season.
spring, I
Yeah,
should
which
say.
is April, the end of April.
Okay. That clarifies that, and 17 would get you for the whole year.
Yeah.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. Obviously, I'm sure you're aware that our staff will put together the rest of the background and they'll bring it back to us at a later date.
Yeah.
But I look forward to that. This is an important thing in our community that is needed. I think this also takes pressure off of other services within our community. It's a minimum of $10,000 the minute somebody walks through a hospital door.
Oh, I'm well aware.
Yeah, so and that's just one person walking through a hospital door. That doesn't include if they had to take an ambulance to get there or other support services in which to get to that hospital. So I think that this is definitely something that's needed and it can take some pressure off of the other services within our community. I would make the motion that we receive for information and I look forward to the staff building a background and bringing it back to us to make a decision.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Before we call a question, I'm just ask, is there any final comments that you guys would like to make before we vote?
I'm not sure how clearly it was communicated, but we just really appreciate you wanting us to come and have us here today. Sorry, I have a little bit of a cold. I just think it shows that you recognize there is a need, right? And it's so easy for us not to see the vulnerable in our communities. They're often not seen right out front, right? And so I think all the people who are part of this proposal are just so appreciative of the various levels of government that are willing to contribute in various different ways. I mean, there's grants, there's the temperature related thing. They're all super helpful. And so we just really want to say thank you for having us and for considering supporting this.
Thank you. All right, did you want to have a say? You can lean in there, so. Go ahead.
Yeah, I was born and raised here and we farmed here and I'm still here, but I'm semi-retired and I cannot thank you enough, the town and the government and everybody, for the money that they're giving us. It's a God-given right to have a shelter over your head and to be safe from any harm. If you're an Alzheimer person, and we have many, and they walk around and they get lost, we have a place for them. Now, with the prices of everything going up, we have so many people that are so close to being homeless. It's ridiculous, and it's not going to get any better. We just want to start something, keep it going. If you give us that total amount, that means we'll be ahead for next year already. And we do appreciate it, honestly. It just hurts me to see them people, irregardless, excuse me, irregardless whether they're addicts or whatever. It doesn't matter, they're still a human being. So, thank you very much, guys. Appreciate it. I talk too much.
Thank you very much for coming in today. So I'll call the question. All those in favor for accepting for information? And that motion's carried. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for coming in. Really appreciate it. So with the delegation now over, we are going to back up a bit into our bylaw section and go on to item 4.3, which is the first reading of bylaw 25/002, application 23/24 to amend the land use bylaw, and I would believe that's with Mr. Clark. Good morning.
Morning, Reeve. Thank you.
Go ahead.
Edward Barnard, Professional Corporation, Edward Barnard, and Annie Great Cotties currently holds title to Southwest 537-4, west of the 5th, containing approximately 153.93 acres. The subject land is located 24 kilometers northeast of the hamlet of Caroline. Vic Maxwell has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 6.98 acres located in the southwest portion of the quarter section from the agriculture district to the country residence agriculture district, CRA. Pending outcome of land use amendment, the applicant will then proceed with subdivision application to create a separate title to the 6.98 acres country residence agricultural district parcel. This application was brought for first reading before the council of the previous municipality prior to the amalgamation on January 1st, 2025. The applicant initially applied to amend 7.95 acres from the agricultural district to the CRA district. The council at the time stated that the application exceeded the maximum allowed size requirement for the CRA district. Council also indicated that the proposed approach would need to be reconsidered. The proposed development is now 6.98 acres. The parcel contains residence, several auxiliary buildings. The applicant has indicated that existing services include water well, and a septic field system. Balance of the quarter has a mixture of cleared pasture land, partially wooded areas in the north central and southeastern portion of the quarter section. Wetlands are located in the south central portion of the quarter section and circled by a row of trees. A residence is located on the southeast portion of the quarter section, as well as an oil well site located in the south central portion of the quarter section. The approach is now a shared approach, which provides access to the proposed parcel, the existing well site, and the residence on the remainder of the quarter section. There is also access to the remainder of the quarter section. Access to the remainder of the quarter section is also obtained from Range Road 4-4, which is adjacent to the west property boundary. The surrounding land uses in the area is predominantly agriculture with some residential parcels, and that tax package provides more details on the proposed development, and the applicant is here to speak to the proposal if needed. Has council had a chance to review the policies associated with this application? So the proposed redesignation to allow for the creation of a 6.98 residential parcel in the southwest portion of the quarter section. There is legal and physical access that exists to both the proposed parcel and the balance of the quarter by a shared approach that provides access to the well site and the remaining residents. Staff has reviewed and considered the impacts associated and on the adjacent farming activities, and do not anticipate that the proposal would negatively impact any of the farming with existing farming activities in the area, and as the property will be used for residential purposes. Should the proposed land use amendment and subsequent subdivision be approved, the parcel will be considered the third title of the quarter section, which will align with MDP policy 10.2.2. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there any questions for Mr. Clark? And if not, I will entertain a motion in regards to granting first reading. I have a question in regards to environmental reserves, which I'm sure that we will get into that at a public hearing stage, but will environmental reserves be, because this is now another parcel, and I'm looking at the whole what is being asked.
Yeah.
Will that be considered at that stage?
Are you speaking to environmental reserve or municipal reserves?
Municipal reserves, sorry, thank you.
Yes, municipal reserves, yes, municipal reserves will be taken, mean that it's a second parcel.
Okay, and we'll be discussing that at the public hearing, or that will be mentioned at the public hearing, what that would look like?
That would be a condition of subdivision.
Okay.
Okay.
Condition of subdivision, that's right, for sure. Are there any questions or a motion? Councillor Gibson?
Any interference with the existing home with the sewer and water?
Currently, no, there is no interference with the sewer and water. It has a septic field which would meet the requirements of the proposed size.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Eve. Is my assumption correct that the access is solved by owning only half of the road, the approach?
Yeah, just the approach. So it will be, they have fixed access, spoken to Public Works, and it would just be a wider approach for it to be a shared approach.
Okay, thank you.
The existing approach, which is intended to be shared, has been checked by the county engineer. That existing approach is quite a large approach. It's 15 meters wide.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. In that case, I make the motion that council grant first reading to bylaw 25/002 to amend the land use bylaw and move to a public hearing.
Okay. Councillor Cermak?
I just need to get it through my brain. Why the L-shaped? Why not just straight off to the east instead of dropping down to the south along the other? The intent is the extra area is intended to just add pasture area to the 7-acre parcel. And this configuration has the least amount of impact on the agricultural use of the quarter, and also that area that you see outlined with the blue line around the little lake. It's quite a moose pasture. There's a lot of game, and this configuration has the least amount of impact on the wildlife use of the area and also on the farm use of the quarter section. So is the land to the east, if you went straight, instead of dropping down, you went out further to the east, isn't that look like about the same land as it is to the south, that you drop down into a narrow piece? You can make the same amount of area, but what happens if you'd have to cut it off, because as you go east, you can see as you get closer to that blue line, then it starts to get wet, eh? So the intent is to have usable ground, not. And if you go across, as you're suggesting, the southeast corner of the acreage would almost touch that blue line, and so it isolates a large area. It would isolate a large area. Which is on the immediate west side of the small lake. Okay, makes sense.
Councillor Mello?
I will support the motion to go to first reading so that the community can come out and tell us how they feel about this. I don't love this. I would rather see it be smaller than that dip down. There's many different ranges you can use. It doesn't have to be almost 7 acres. You can go lower than that. So I don't love this, but I want to hear what the people have to say.
Okay, thank you.
This parcel is not. It's not close to any. It's not close to any center. It's not close to Leslieville. It's not close to Rocky. It's not close to Caroline. It's not close to Eckville. It's not close to Spruce Street. It's a long way from everywhere. I've been in this business for a while, and small parcels isolated like this they're difficult for people to work with. Usually when people want to buy that 7 acre, the difference between 7 acres and 4 acres is the capability of perhaps keeping a saddle horse on the site. And
But if you cut it down too small, people don't want to live. They don't want to live. People will live in an isolated area like this if they have the capability of keeping a saddle horse or 2 horses.
Thank you. All right, motion on the floor to grant first reading, go to public hearing. If there's no other comments, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you very much for coming in. So now moving on then to item 4.4, which is first reading for bylaw 25/008, application 29/24. And that is to amend the land use bylaw and to review the draft McLaren outline plan. And I believe that is Ms. Gillum who's going to join us.
Good morning.
Good morning, Ms. Gillum. Would you like us to do introductions first?
Yes, I
Seeing
think
as
that
we
would
haven't
be
met them yet, so we'll start on my right, please.
Welcome Jenny Melhoff, Councillor for Ward 1.
Good morning, Darrell Lougheed, Councillor for Ward 3.
Good morning, Brian Cermak for Division 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Ward 7.
Good morning, Neil Radcliffe, Councillor for Ward 5.
Good morning, Barbara Gibson, Councillor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CEO.
Kim Gillum, manager.
Me too. Tylee Hepler, applicant.
Tammy McLaren, property owner.
Thank you. So with that, I'll turn the floor to Ms. Gillum for the background, please.
Thank you. Do you mind changing the map? Thanks. So Robin and Tammy McLaren currently hold title to part of the Southwest 2834-5 containing 37.27 acres. The subject land is designated agriculture. The subject property is located approximately 17 kilometers southeast of the hamlet of Caroline. The applicant, Tylee, has made application on behalf of the landowners to redesignate 5 acres of the land located in the northwest portion of the subject property, which is located in the west central portion of the quarter section from the agriculture district to the country residence agriculture district. The remaining 32.27 acres of the subject land would remain under the agriculture district. Pending the successful adoption of the land use amendment and the draft outline plan, the applicant will proceed with an application for subdivision to create separate title to 1 CRA parcel as a traditional residential subdivision. The proposed CRA parcel is proposed to be 5 acres. The resolution to adopt the outline plan will be considered after the public hearing is held for bylaw 25/008, but prior to the consideration of second and third readings for that bylaw. The subject area for redesignation is relatively flat land. The site is developed with a house and ancillary buildings. Access exists off of Highway 22, which lies adjacent to the west boundary of the subject lands. There are 3 pipelines that run through the proposed parcel diagonally that are owned by TACA. A survey sketch was done in 2010 that indicates the house is located to the north of the pipeline right-of-ways. The manufactured home that is located on the proposed parcel was approved as a second residence for a bona fide need in 1994, but has changed ownership since then. The remainder of the subject lands has a residence located in the south central portion of the property. Access exists off of Highway 587 from the remaining lands. The remaining lands slope down towards the tributary to the east of the proposed parcel. There is a parcel in the southwest corner of the quarter section that is a CFT. It was previously owned by James River Co-op Community Center, but was dissolved in the early 90s and is now privately owned and used commercially. And the remainder of the quarter section remains under the agriculture district, and there is a residence located in the southeast corner, which accesses off of 587 as well. The applicant is proposing to amend the land use bylaw to accommodate the subdivision and development of an additional residential parcel. As per Clearwater County's policy, the applicant has provided a draft outline plan for council to review. The draft outline plan addresses the following: description of the lands in the proposed parcel, relevant Clearwater County policies related to a fourth title, site photos, well and pipeline information, and title information. Surrounding land uses are mostly agricultural with a few residential parcels and 2 industrial parcels. So I've included, obviously they're here to speak to the application, and I've included a number of attachments to the item. I've also included a number of our policies related to redesignation and subdivision. I did include some policies with regarding surface water, just because the creek is there, but it is outside of the proposed parcel. I think, and generally a lot of the policies are similar. The only different ones, given that this is the 4th title, would be, is it 10.2.7? The number of parcels that may be created in a multi-lot residential or non-residential subdivision shall be determined by council through an approved ASP or outline plan, land use designation and subdivision in accordance with statutory plans, but multi-lot subdivisions shall consist of any proposal for 4 or more titles per quarter section, and given that this is the 4th, that's why it's coming forward with that outline plan. So, sorry, bear with me, gotta scroll down here. The redesignation of the proposed land is to allow for the creation of 1 country residence agriculture parcel. There is legal and physical access to the proposed parcel and the remainder of the quarter section. The quality of the land to be redesignated, as shown on the farmland assessment rating map, is considered to be severe. Staff do not anticipate the proposal would negatively impact adjacent farming activities in the area, as the proposed parcel is an existing yard site. The proposed parcel is set back from the ravine and tributary located on the remainder of the land. The applicant has provided an outline plan to support the land use amendment application as required by MDP policy 10.2.7 as per MDP policy 6.8.2b. Proposed subdivision is within 1.6 kilometers of a paved highway as the parcel access is directly onto the highway. The proposed subdivision is not located within a half mile of an area considered by the county to be a surface resource extraction area or any known potential surface resource extraction area. And then Public Works, Ag Services, Regional Fire assessment, along with other agencies, will receive an opportunity to comment later. Clearwater County may require the applicant to have prepared by a professional, possibly water, wastewater, stormwater studies. And then we've included the process, same as to what Dustin had proposed at his previous outline application, with consideration of first reading, review of the outline plan, send out the land use amendment outline referrals, hold the public hearing, and then consider the adoption of the outline plan. Could request additional information, and then possibly adopt the outline plan and consider 2nd and 3rd reading for that land use amendment. So for today, back to my recommendation. 1, that council consider granting first reading of bylaw 25008 for the purpose of amending the land use bylaw for the 5 acres from agriculture to CRA. And then the 2nd, that council review the draft outline plan and identify additional information needed prior to the consideration of 2nd and 3rd reading.
Okay, thank you. Thank you. Now open the floor for any comments or questions to the development officer from council. Go ahead, Councilor Malha.
Thank you, Reeve. This is more procedural, and I maybe should have asked it with the last outline plan, but when we have an outline plan and it's adopted by us, it becomes Clearwater County's plan, right? Like similar to ASPs, et cetera.
Yes.
We're just adopting somebody else's plan.
Yeah.
And then let's say that the 35 acres that are remaining want to be subdivided further. The outline plan that we're adopting needs to be brought back to have us amend that outline plan that we are accepting, that we could be accepting, right?
Yeah, it would likely come back as an amendment to this plan, given that this is a proposal for this particular property. And it's like outlining just the 1 subdivision from it, so they would either come back with a new one and or
just amending
this one to add additional subdivisions.
Okay. Supplementary?
Yes.
The 35 acres off of the main quarter in the first place, that was done by, I'm guessing, when it was a Red Deer Regional system?
Yeah,
That doesn't fit within any of our
No, and I
plans.
looked at the file and I only could find the small parcel, but I couldn't identify when that 40 acres was, created, so.
So a
Yeah.
long time ago.
Yeah, finding the history on it is a little bit tricky.
Because that doesn't fit within any of our planning documents. And the existing services on the site that's being requested for the 5 acres, would all of that services fit within the 5 acre parcel? Or will there have to be any changing to the existing services?
Yes, I think I included, I didn't include the whole RPR that showed. She has an identified as a septic tank. Is it a field then, or is it a pump out tank? A pump out tank.
Okay, so that would
Yeah.
have to be changed.
No, not
A pump out won't meet the 90 meter
No, like
setback.
a tank that you like haul out, not like a pump out, right? Like, is it one that you like bring a truck to, yeah.
Okay, so you
Yes.
don't have an open discharge?
No, yeah,
okay,
it's like a
then
tank
that's
that you
fine,
get pumped
yeah.
out, sorry.
Sorry, when
The
I hear
wording,
pump
I
out,
know,
I hear,
yeah.
I hear open discharge
Yeah,
pump
no,
out.
not the open
Okay.
discharge, a tank that you would pump out, so yes.
Yeah.
So they have very minimal
Yeah.
specs, yeah.
Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Where does the original approval for bona fide need play into this? Or does it?
Yeah, I guess that's a bit of the tricky part. I found like some documentation about, when it was, I think, purchased, that they mentioned, like, cause before the bona fide need was kind of, for somebody to look out, the property, and they kind of said they intended to sort of do the same thing when it was purchased, but then there's not any further documentation about who would be doing that or what the need was for that, so I'm not sure that it would technically still be valid, because we don't have the like reoccurring stuff that was required for the original permit. So yeah, that part's a bit tricky, because whether the home would consider to be, still be valid to be there or not, because of that, the documentation isn't great on that.
When did that title transfer take place? Is it recent or back in the 90s?
21?
21.
Oh, okay.
So it may have changed hands a couple times since then, actually. I feel like I did read something about the change. Yeah, I'm not sure where it is, I just find the one for the residents, but,
Okay.
but
But
yeah,
for
at
the
some point
solar,
it
it's
changed
quite
hands, I think
recent.
possibly more than once. I don't,
Okay,
yeah.
right. My other question is about the pipeline right-of-ways. It looks as though the residents might be sandwiched between some right-of-ways.
You can respond as well, but like I included the one drawing that showed where the pipelines were located. It was a survey, probably further up. And I believe it's just north of all the pipeline right of ways. And then that's where the septic tank is and the house is too. The RMAP's kind of just a general thing, but the survey kind of identifies the actual right of ways. And it, yeah, and it shows it just like it's just outside those this one. Sorry, thank you. Yeah, so it just kind of identifies there that it's just kind of just north of the right of way areas there. And then there would be some land, I think, just to the south as well.
Okay, I misread the aerial photo.
Yeah, those ones are just like basic lines from that we get from the province, but they don't always match the actual like right of way area. So having the survey definitely helps.
Yes, no, I thought the garage or that outbuilding was the residence. Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
Councillor Meloff?
Thank you, Reeve. Would Alberta Transportation be referred to on this too? Like,
yes.
Just with it being right on Highway 22, even though it's existing, they'll still have something to say,
Yeah.
particularly around 18 and 19 of their act.
Yes, we would be required to refer to them as part of the land use amendment, but as well as for the subdivision. So it would be up to them to grant a waiver for the additional subdivision, whether they would do that or not, and they may require, service road to be dedicated on the frontage along the highway. They either do it as, usually as, dedication and, or, just like something on the title that, that they may have to give that up down the road.
Counselor Cermak?
Thank you, Ruth. I need some clarification on this outline plan compared to an ASP, because I look at this and it looks like that's the fourth subdivision out of this quarter. You got the title for the whole quarter, you got the title for 37 acres, you got a title for the small portion in the corner, and now you got the fourth subdivision.
Correct.
We don't allow it without a ASP.
ASP or an outline plan. They
Okay,
proposed an
what's the
outline.
difference?
An ASP is generally for a larger area of land, like multiple quarter sections. So we have like the Farrier Garth type 1, or we did the ones for the hamlets. Outline plans are generally created for like a quarter section or like a smaller area. They're just adopted in a different way, because area structure plans would have a greater effect on people generally because they encompass a larger area. But an outline plan, like I said, is a single quarter section or a smaller area of land. So they're adopted by like a resolution instead.
Okay. Clear?
No.
No?
Really fuzzy, because, I mean, it's going to affect a larger area anyway. Because that's the fourth title out of a quarter.
Possibly. I guess it's personal opinion, depending on that, but I mean, we would send out referrals to adjacent landowners regardless. It just an area structure plan, again, if it's a larger area, we're gonna refer to a larger group of people. But with the outline plan, it would just be like kind of the immediately surrounding quarter sections.
Higher density.
Hmm.
I believe it says in our MDP that once we get to that fourth quarter, an outline plan is required.
Yeah, the fourth title, which is why they're bringing the outline plan forward in addition to the land use amendment, because it is that policy for the, once you get to that fourth title, an ASP or outline plan is required, yeah.
Okay.
Councillor Lawye?
Thank you, and I am looking at the picture of page 172, which is kind of the diagram of this property. It looks and appears as though the pipeline right-of-way take up a very large area, understanding that that pipeline right-of-way is not supposed to have any development on it, or there is a certain distance from a right-of-way that development is allowed, and maybe you could remind me of that distance from a right-of-way that development can occur.
It actually really usually depends on what substance is in the right-of-way. These are all natural gas right-of-ways, so like obviously if it's sour or something of that nature, there's more significant setbacks. Generally with other ones, they're just required to be outside of the right-of-way. And then if they're building in proximity to the right-of-way, sometimes they need permission just because of like ground disturbance, but and setbacks from that, but it really depends on the company and the type of substance in the right-of-way. So it's variable. I can't give an exact answer on that.
So I see there is some utility structure that is there. It looks as though the well is right on the right-of-way. And I'm not seeing on this diagram, perhaps you can point it out where the sewer or the septic system is?
It shows the septic lid, which would be like the tank would probably be right underneath it. It's right to the southwest, the east of the house. It's kind of small there.
Okay, sure. No, I see that now. Yes.
Yeah, and so yeah, any of the structures that are on the right of way, like we'd want to probably ensure with the oil company that they actually should be there or not, but they would be referred to as well.
Okay. Councillor Ratcliffe?
Thank you, Reeve. Can you clarify some things about the designation of this property? It's something that I haven't seen before. Is there actually a farming or agriculture operations taking place on this property? And removing this 5 acres diminishes that possibility even less. Is there a point where we say, you know, that this can't be classified as agricultural anymore?
We don't currently have a minimum size for agricultural parcels, it's just whatever's in title. We have done fragmentation subdivisions and things of that nature, which have an agricultural zoning, and those parcels could be as small as, 5 acres. So, whether that makes sense or is the appropriate zoning, maybe not. But given that this is still, like kind of above the 30 acres, it's also not exactly an acreage subdivision generally compared to the rest of ours in the county. And, as for what it should be zoned under, there isn't a lot of other zonings that it would fit under currently for sizing.
Okay, I assume you have that on your list. All right, thank you.
All right, any other comments or questions? And forgive me, we've gone around a little bit. Councilor Melhoff, you did make, no, that was the last one. We have no motion on the floor. Oh, proceed, okay. Council, thank you, Councilor Melhoff. We'll make that motion to proceed to public hearing, grant first reading. Any other comments or questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Those opposed? Okay, you're opposed?
Yep.
Correct, thank you. Any other, and as far as the staff recommendation number 2, is there anything else that this council would like to see on the outline plan? Or we will we'll have another look at it again and with public consultation at the public hearing. Councilor Melhoff?
Thank you, Eve. I think that that's the most prudent. We need to have the public consultation to determine what the community wants us to be asking for, like what some of their concerns are in order to determine what kind of studies we need to have done, if any, for this particular opening plan.
Thank you. So with that, did you have any asks? Okay, no, that's fine. All right, I think this concludes this item, and thank you very much for coming in today, and we'll see you at the public hearing. Thank you. So with that, just looking, would council like to have a 5-minute break? We'll have a 10-minute break. And welcome back from our break. We are at item 4.5. It's the first reading for bylaw 25/007 for the application of 28/24 for the amendment of the land use bylaw. And it is with Ms. Beely this morning. And if we could do introductions real quick. Start my break.
Welcome, Jenny Melhoff, the counselor for Ward 1. It's gonna be hard.
It's hard to get used to. Yes, Daryl Lougheed, counselor for Ward 3.
Brian Cermak, I guess I'm gonna get used to it. I'm not a division anymore, I'm a ward, Ward 6.
Good morning, Michelle Swanson, Reeve, and Councillor for Ward 7.
Good morning, welcome. Neil Ratcliffe, councillor for Ward 5.
Barbara Gibson, counselor.
Good morning, Rick Emmons, CAO.
Good morning, Holly Beely, Senior Development Officer.
Good morning, Tracy Johnson, resident.
Thank you. And with that, go ahead, Ms. Beely, with the background, please.
Perfect, thank you. So Tracy Johnson currently holds title to the Northwest 34/36 of 7, and it contains 149.59 acres. It's located 3 miles west of Highway 22 and 3.5 miles north of Secondary Highway 591 along Township Road 36-5A. The application before you today is to redesignate 14.5 acres in the south central portion of the quarter section from the agricultural district to the country residential agricultural district. Pending the outcome of the land use amendment, the applicant intends to proceed with a subdivision application, but at this time we currently do not have one in place. The proposed CRA designation is complete with a residence, garage, and ancillary buildings and is serviced by an approved open discharge septic system. The topography is a mix of pasture and tree-covered land with lower lying land including a seasonal drainage channel which runs along the proposal. The proposed redesignated area has existing access off the Township Road adjacent to the south property boundary. The larger size request is to accommodate existing services as well as the lay of the land as it is more conducive altogether. The remainder of the quarter section is rolling land, being a mix of pasture, tree-covered, and lower-lying land. There's a tributary of Mud Creek running through the land, as well as various seasonal drainage channels. There is an existing residential parcel located in the southwest corner of the quarter section. The balance of the quarter section also has access off the Township Road, which comes to a dead end 1/2 mile to the north. Surrounding land uses are minimal residential, agricultural with oil field activity on them, and Crown-owned land. I know you guys are familiar with policy and that you've had it reviewed this morning, but I'm just going to quick recap, so if you have questions, let me know. I've included from the municipal development plan portions regarding environmental concerns and potential impacts, subdivision of agricultural land, general residential development considerations, the subdivision of land, number of permitted parcels allowed on an agricultural quarter section, and then within that is 10.2.2, which allows for 1 additional residential parcel to be created if it is successfully redesignated prior to the subdivision, as well as 10.2.4, which allows for a larger parcel size at council's discretion if it's to encompass existing residential amenities. There is provisions with regards to legal and physical access, the location of the parcel, services, and redesignation. From Clearwater County's land use bylaw, we've included the CRA district, which talks about the purpose of it and purpose of the district and acceptable lot sizes. And then from the Municipal Government Act, we included Section 7, which is from the subdivision development regulations. So for policy consideration, the proposal is to allow for a future subdivision of an existing yard site. The reason for the larger parcel size request is to accommodate the existing buildings and services, the shelter belts, driveways, and environmental features within the proposal. The farmable field adjacent to the driveway will be utilized for the applicant's goats. The proposal would be severed from the balance of the land by the drainage channel if it was not to be included with the proposed parcel. Therefore, it's more conducive with the developed residential site. The property has suitable access. The road comes to a dead end, not far past. Staff do not anticipate any negative impacts on farming operations in the area. And if it is approved, the subdivision application would, if first reading was granted, the subdivision application would follow. I did include in there provisions for environmental assessments in case there was any concerns with the drainage features out on site, but MPC acts as a referral agency and they will be out touring the property to provide more guidance to council. If there's any questions, I'd be happy to answer.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. We've had some applications before where there's been tributaries and stuff like that, and we've actually considered them as not part of the overall number of acres on an application when you look at the environmental easements being removed as the total acreage. We've done that a couple of times. Is that being considered here? Because obviously this size doesn't fit within our existing municipal development plan, but could it fit within it if we considered the environmental easements as not being a part of the overall acreage amount?
Well, a couple things for this one. So the drainage channel that runs along the west boundary there, it's definitely a seasonal drainage channel, but it's not a permanent feature. There's tree coverage there, the land kind of slopes because it's rolling land, and then it flattens out into the field. So no, I wouldn't include it or remove it from the proposal. And then the little pocket west of the residence there is to accommodate the open discharge septic system, which at the time of a subdivision application, a survey sketch would be included with that, so we would know exactly the area that is needed.
Perfect, thank you.
Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. What would be, for the balance of the property, what would be the legal and physical access?
For the balance of the quarter section,
Yes.
in between the existing residential parcel and the proposal, there's access to the remainder.
Sorry, I didn't follow.
In between the existing residential parcel and the proposal, there is access to the remainder of the quarter.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
There is access around this way.
Yeah, because they can come in that way if needed, and they can go around behind the proposed parcel and around.
Through this kind of wetlands.
I tried to leave as much as I could between the proposal and any wet features. But the survey sketch that comes in at the time of subdivision would have exact numbers for you if first reading was granted.
Okay. I do have concerns with the size here.
We did look at potentially having the panhandle driveway in and then creating your 7-acre parcel around the structures. But in doing that, you're definitely severing the land between the panhandle driveway to the west.
Yeah, okay. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other questions, comments? Looking for a motion? I believe we live in a unique area, so every opportunity to have a unique feature is, we should be capitalizing on it. And so understanding that you have, Ms. Beely have looked at this at all angles and are proposing the best outline as presented, so I would support first reading.
Are you making the motion?
I'm not making the motion, I just said I would support first reading. Would you like to make the motion, Councillor Ratcliffe?
see we have a couple of other lights blinking here, so.
Okay. You'll wait, okay. Counselor Cermak?
Mr. Bailey, you said that, this diagram you got there, that is really different. It's really irregular. Could change because of the pump out system.
So open discharge septic system is located west of the residence. So we tried to, based off of where we could find it on there, we outlined the 90-meter setback distance around it to any of the new boundaries we're creating. And tentatively, that is the best I could do without this sketch. But at the time of subdivision, we would request a survey sketch with the application, so it would be definitely outlined for MPC's consideration.
So it wouldn't drop in size necessarily, it would probably increase in size.
Nope, it shouldn't increase at all. It should be that 14.5 acres.
Okay. Yeah, I have a problem with the size of the acreage too, but we need places for people to live. There's no doubt about that. But I just have a problem with the irregular shape of all of this and how they get around to the other part of the quarter there. Seeing that it's so, looks like it's fairly low land and some drainages that they're gonna have to contend with to get to the east side of the acreage.
Well, if concerned about the number of access points, they would still qualify for an additional approach off the county road for that half mile. Another alternative would be looking at where the approach comes in and just allowing that existing approach to the proposal to provide access to both the balance and the, making it a joint approach.
A dual approach.
Yeah.
Yeah, that makes more sense. Thank you.
Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. There's currently 2 residences on this. So then would a bona fide need application be coming in? Because the current land use bylaw doesn't allow for 2 residents on a parcel that size.
So the applicant was living in the shop, and so it has a suite in there while she was building her permanent residence. So that is something that we could address at the time of subdivision to convert the shop to no longer have living quarters.
Okay. Well, my hope is actually we're gonna be changing the land use bylaw to allow for people to use their land more freely the way they want to. I'm just saying that currently it's not an option. So hopefully it'll be changed in time.
Okay. Is there any other comments or questions? Counselor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I'll make the motion for first reading. I struggle with with this application as well, but I think that it's important for us to hear what the public has to say. So I'll make the motion for first reading and we can head to a public hearing.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Counselor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, I have issues with the size and shape of this. I believe MPC is going to tour the site, so we'll have a much better idea of why it's like this. But I will support the motion to give the public an opportunity to respond.
Okay. As I've said before, we live in a very unique county. We have unique opportunities to create different kinds of parcels, and I fully believe that if somewhere where someone has been living wants to, I'll just say, what's the word I'm looking for? Wants to support that, wants to appreciate that's what they should be entitled to do, and I see this as an opportunity for. Like as Councillor Melhoff has suggested, as far as secondary suites, I think it's an opportunity to create a parcel that's unique to our area and have that secondary suite. So I hope it comes through quickly as well too. So council, motions on the floor. I will call the question. All those in favor for first reading? Thank you, and thank you very much for coming in today.
Thank you.
You bet. So moving on to the Office of the CAO. We have item 6.2.1, which is the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services appointments. And I see Ms. Haight will probably bring forward the background information, please.
Good morning, Reeve and Council. Everyone should have received a handout that's an additional attachment to the agenda item 6.2.1. It's an email that was received from the Family, Community and Support Services regarding membership to the board. In that email is the request for membership, additional membership of having a councillor represent the village of, or the hamlet of Caroline, and to appoint an additional county councillor, and also to retain Debbie Northcott as a member at large to represent Caroline on the board. So history on that is that administration met with the FCSS on January 8th to discuss the board's concerns with member representation due to the county and village of Caroline amalgamation. As per the current Town of Rocky Mountain House bylaw and intermunicipal town-county-village agreement, the board is to consist of 2 members from the town, 3 members from the county, and 2 members from the village. Quorum is established with 4 members, including at least 1 member appointed by the town, county, and village. Due to the impact of amalgamation, Caroline representation is reduced to just 1 member, and the board is concerned with not maintaining quorum if the 1 Caroline member is unable to attend meetings. Seeing as the town and the board need time to review the bylaw and agreement, the board is asking that membership remains as is, according to the agreement and bylaw, until a new bylaw and agreement reflecting changes brought about by the amalgamation are in place. At the January 7th organizational meeting, Council appointed Councillor Ratcliffe and Gibson to the board. Should Council consider clarifying Councillor Gibson's appointment as a Caroline representative and appointing an additional councillor to the board, it is administration's opinion that the board's request is achievable within the terms of the current agreement. Okay. So the recommendation is that Council appoints a councillor to the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services Board for a term effective January 14th, 2025 to October 20th, 2025, and that Councillor Gibson's appointment to the board effective January 7th to October 20th is to represent Caroline residents.
Thank you. Comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I just have a question or a concern here, that we appointed Debbie Nelson until October 20th. I see a potential for a conflict where if the town rewrites the bylaw to adjust for amalgamation before then, then the number of representatives would expect it to be changed, or it will be changed so that it doesn't reflect Caroline councillor membership. Should those motions have an amendment that says until the FCSS bylaw is updated?
Just to clarify, these currently are staff recommendations. No motions have been made yet, so there would be no amendment required. Also, it's uncertain how much time will be required for the town and for the board to review the agreement and to review the bylaw. Should council wish to make the term shorter or longer, then that's definitely up to up to council. However, keeping in mind that there is an election October 20th, and depending on the results and depending on what council decides to, who council decides to appoint at the next organizational meeting, it could take up to October 30th to, for that appointment term.
All right.
Does follow up?
Yes, well, not, yeah. I would make the motion that council appoints Councillor Northcott, if he's still interested, to the Clearwater Regional Family and Community Support Services Board.
Okay, thank you for the motion. Go ahead. No? Any other further? I believe he did express interest at the organizational meeting, so I'm assuming that he will still hold that interest. So thank you for the motion. Did you have a follow-up question? Yeah, go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
This be one motion or two, according to your recommendations?
Go ahead.
Two motions, if
Okay.
yeah.
Okay. All right. So the motion is to appoint Councillor Northcott to the Clearwater FCSS Board. Any other comments or questions? Go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
Can you clarify Northcott, Jordan or Deb?
Sorry, Councillor Northcott?
Oh, okay. And Deb Northcott is being kept on the board
I
or
believe
not?
It's supposed to be Deb Nelson.
Oh, it's supposed to be Deb Nelson or
Yes.
Deb Northcott?
Council passed a motion at the January 7th organizational meeting to appoint Deb Nelson as a public member at large to the board.
It should be.
So the email we got
Email.
isn't Northcott, it's Nelson.
Yes. Number 3.
Oh, yes, I see what you're saying. Yeah, that's a typo.
Yeah.
Yes, Nelson.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. So motion on the floor to appoint Councillor Nelson, Councillor Northcott.
Sorry.
Thank you.
Sorry.
All right. I will call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Yeah. We have a second motion there. Go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
I move that Councillor Gibson's appointment to the FCSS Board be clarified to represent Caroline residents.
Okay. Any other comments or questions on that? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried as well. Thank you. Okay, so now moving on then to the next item under the CO is the Rural Municipalities of Alberta 2025 Spring Resolution. And again, that will pass that over to CO Emmons, because as Director Haggett is not with us. Or, okay,
I'm
Ms.
happy
Haight,
to.
sorry,
yeah.
that would be great.
I'm happy to present on her behalf.
Perfect, thank you.
So attached to this item is the draft resolution regarding peace officer safety. And the background is that Clearwater County is a member of RMA Central District 2. Deadline for submitting spring resolutions for the next Central District meeting is today. At the November 26th regular meeting, Council made the following motion related to the resolution. That Council directs administration to create a resolution for RMA related to the Alberta Community Peace Officer Law Enforcement Duty Risk Assessment and Mitigation Report. And Council further clarified the intent to submit the resolution to RMA to advance the risk assessment study to the Public Safety and Emergency Services Department of the provincial government for their review against existing legislation related to peace officers. The secondary suggestion for the resolution included asking RMA to create a committee to advance proposals related to the CPO program, including this study, access to Canadian Police Information Centre, access to Alberta first responder radio communications, and other matters municipalities have related to their CPO programs. So an attached draft resolution is presented for council's review and further direction for additions or amendments. So did council wish to go through this draft resolution line by line, or are there certain items in the resolution that council would like to focus discussion on?
I know for myself, I've read it, I'm fine. Would any of the balance of council like to bring up any areas of maybe further explanation or clarification? I agree, it's been well written. I think it captures the intent back when December 10th. Go ahead.
If I may also add that Lacombe County and also special areas has indicated that they may provide second to the resolution.
Okay. Very good. Okay, so if there's no other comments or question, looking for a motion, go ahead, Councillor Cermak.
I like how it gives our CPOs some more information and more people that they can talk to when they're out there, and they have some more protection. I think it's great. Okay. We need to protect our people out there that are protecting us.
Would you make the motion?
Sure, I'll make the motion.
So Councillor Cermak will make the motion that we approve the draft resolution for submission to the Central RMA meeting. Okay, Councillor Cermak makes that motion. Are there any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you for presenting that, Ms. Haight. Now moving on to 6.2.3, it's Councillor Melhoff's sponsored motion to resolution in regards to fire apparatus replacement.
This is a councillor sponsored motion made by Councillor Melhoff. Also in front of everyone should be additional attachments to this item providing some background information. There is the Fire Underwriters Survey Technical Bulletin explaining insurance grading recognition of used or rebuilt fire apparatus. Also is the National Fire Codes for the NFPA, and also the standard form explaining how it's an apparatus extension form, so that if municipalities wish to extend the life of their current apparatus, there is I guess basically a questionnaire that is filled out and submitted for the FUS, the Underwriters Survey, to review and determine the length or extension period for the equipment. So I'll turn it over to Councillor Melhoff then to present her motion.
Thank you. Okay, go ahead,
Thank you, Tracy, and thank you, Reeve. I think that our apparatus has come a long way. The industry itself has come a long way, and I think that it should, the asset management of communities should be front and foremost, not necessarily what NFPA sees as appropriate. Like, that's just one tool. But right now, communities are utilizing the 20 years, 15 years, like arbitrary years in order to know when they need to replace their apparatus. And it really should be based on your asset management. And for example, Clearwater County has in-house mechanics, because only EVTs can work on this equipment. They have in-house people, and we're having to make decisions on whether we're replacing a fire apparatus that is perfectly good, that literally is being shipped down to the States and or Mexico, where they don't have these years of service models. So it's still a perfectly good apparatus. And some municipalities are choosing between now having to replace that fire truck and or paving a road or upgrading sanitary or whatever. And I think that Clearwater County is in a good position to be able to work with Alberta Fire Chiefs Association and FCM and look at having some of these reviewed and have them looked at and remove the arbitrary numbers that go with the FUS reports. In fact, most of our communities, Nordegg as an example, is considered unprotected at all, and yet we still have to replace that apparatus every 15 to 20 years in order to be considered as part of that system, and yet it's still considered an unprotected area. For all intents and purposes, we could have a 40-year fire truck out there, but then we don't meet the FUS rating, but yet the community is still considered unprotected because of how far away it is. Like, it just, anyway, I'm happy to take questions instead of sitting on my soapbox.
All right. Yep, go ahead.
If I may just add to Councillor Malhaf's introduction, at this time, it is uncertain if the intent of the sponsored motion would fall under the purview of FCM, as it is currently not legislated requirements. So FCM, their resolution process is that it's very similar to RMA. It must be specific to legislative changes and changes on a national level. So just to add that it may or may not be accepted by FCM because it may not meet the requirements of the resolution process.
Okay. Question then for Councillor Miloff. Do you believe that presenting this resolution, whether it's accepted or not, actually would maybe spark a discussion nationally in this? Like, I'm not aware of, I'm only aware of Clearwater County. I'm not aware of any other provincial requirements, other provincial requirements. Go ahead.
Sorry, so NFPA obviously being national, which is why I thought FCM was the appropriate location, just because NFPA is national standards. When at RMA, when I spoke with AFCA, they are wanting to work with the municipality to try to make these changes. They see that as a barrier for many communities, and would like to see somebody take this on. So I'm hoping that AFCA will help figure out what the best avenue here is for. I said FCM simply because it was NFPA, and it's a national issue, so therefore I felt that it was FCM appropriate. When I asked the question of McIver during the bullpen, I then had multiple municipalities coming up to me afterwards saying, let us know how we can help. This is a huge problem with our budgets too. We need to do something about this. So, and I'm sure you as the Reeve have heard the same thing, because they are very much keeping an eye on what Clearwater County is going to do with this after I brought it up to the minister at the bullpen. So I'm hoping we can do something, and I know we have a fabulous fire service and a great director that can dig into this and figure out the best way. And if it's not FCM, I'm sure that the team will bring it back and say, hey, FCM isn't the best option for this, but here is the best places we can go to try to do something about this. So I have the utmost faith in the team to be able to figure out the best way forward to advocate for these changes.
For sure. And even over the course of the time and what's being presented, I mean, should FCM say it's not in their purview, at least it would get to that table for other discussion, and point us in the right direction on that, because I'm sure we're not the only municipality in this country that's dealing with the issue of replacement because of, like as indicated, the arbitrary period of time, because you can keep things pretty spit and polished and up to date, and it just seems your efforts are not recognized because you keep good care of your equipment, and you're forced to sell it and move it on. So I agree with it having to be looked at again. So, Henya, go ahead. Yeah.
Thank you, Reeve. And that's not to say that communities won't still make the choice to switch out a fire apparatus at 20 years or 15 years or whatever. They can still make that decision. My point is it shouldn't be forced to do so. You can still make the decision to change that out if that's what your fire chief or your asset management team has said, just like we can make the decision to switch out an apparatus at 5 years if it's no longer serving the community. So it should be based on the merit of the apparatus and the asset management plan that your team is putting together, not on the arbitrary numbers.
Councillor Gibson?
So you're not just talking trucks, you're talking everything, are you?
So for, sorry,
Nope,
if
no,
I
go
may,
ahead,
thank you.
go ahead,
So for this specifically, I'm targeting, or I would like us to target trucks in particular. Because that's the big one, like for example, the aerial unit that is being replaced by the town and the county in the town of Rocky Mountain House. It is still a truck that keeps passing its CVIPs, it's passing its pump tests, it's passing everything, and yet has to be replaced because of the years of service. Why? Why are we replacing a truck, an almost $2 million fire truck now? Because that's how much these trucks cost now. Some communities are making the decisions between sanitary and water lines and replacing fire trucks because like the cost of these trucks is just crazy, and they're 600-day plus builds. Like when they're passing all of their mechanical testing, why are we replacing these trucks? If they're not passing, that's a completely different conversation. But if it's passing a pump test, it's passing a CVIP, why?
Can I ask a second question? Yes. Okay, I'm just concerned, for me, and I'm not connected with fire, an apparatus is everything from the tank that they wear, they're out. Okay, so is there a way that we can specify what we mean by apparatus? Or, no?
Councillor Mel?
Can, but apparatus is what it's called.
Okay.
Fire apparatus is the engines, the pumps, the tenders, the wildland units, the fire apparatus. I honestly don't know of it being called any other thing. Fire apparatus is just that. It's the units. Maybe if we could put units, I don't know. Maybe that would help.
Okay, what are the tanks and stuff called that people wear?
Safety equipment. They have different NFPA standards as well for safety. So NFPA is 10 books this thick, like of different standards for different equipment. Each piece of equipment has another NFPA standard. In fact, on the trucks themselves, each truck has a different NFPA standard, and the different pumps on the trucks all have different NFPA standards. It's very convoluted system, but they all have different standards. But like, for example, the tanks, like for breathing air apparatus, that'll be a different NFPA standard.
Yeah, okay, I support this resolution.
Thank you.
Councillor Loughy, you had your light on. Did you want to make a comment? Okay, Ms. Haig.
Thank you. If I could just ask for some clarification. So according to the underwriter survey, they grant, there may be exceptions granted to smaller communities and rural communities. So is the intent for FUS to extend those exceptions? So for example, they grant extensions for apparatus age 20 to 25 years. Exceptions to age status may be considered in a small to medium-sized communities and rural areas conditionally when apparatus condition is acceptable and apparatus successfully passes required testing. So is the intent to extend those exceptions to perhaps 26 to 29 years? Just for clarity.
Go ahead, Councillor Miller.
Thank you, Reeve. My point of all of this is, why does age matter at all? Like, why is age of an apparatus being used as a factor at all? Is it passing a pump test? Is it passing its roadworthiness CVIP test? Is it still useful within your fire service? Is it still hitting all of the things that your asset management team and your fire service needs it to meet? Why is age being used at all? It's irrelevant.
I think I might be able to answer that question.
Okay, go ahead.
Based on the information and the research conducted, the age matters because it may affect the insurance for ratepayers. It may affect the safety of firefighters, and it also may affect the response times and just the ability to be able to service. Equipment, specialized equipment such as this, that goes through rigorous amounts of activity, intense amounts of activity, must be regularly tested to ensure that they can perform exactly the way that they're supposed to when they're needed to. So these standards were developed by FUS and also NFPA based on years and years of data. And I guess like the primary reason would be just safety of firefighters and ability to respond, and the how it may impact the insurance rates for ratepayers.
For sure, and I understand all of that. But again, it should have nothing to do with how old a piece of equipment is. It should have to do with whether these trucks are tested annually, they're pump tested annually. The hoses that are on those trucks are tested often. The ladders are tested annually. Like everything undergoes rigorous testing and it is all tracked, it is all monitored. Like I said, we have an in-house EVT mechanic specifically for all of our equipment. It should not matter how old something is. If it's not serving its purpose and it's only 10 years old, it should be replaced. But it should be based on the operational requirements for your community and the mechanical ability of that truck. It should not be based on years. Technology has come so far that for it to be based on years is, I just think that it's irrelevant. There's trucks that have less than 10,000 kilometers that are literally being put out to pasture and are worth nothing and being sent to the United States and or Mexico simply because they don't meet these years requirements anymore, and yet they are continually passing all of their testing. It is silly.
So the intent then is to lobby to remove the apparatus age factor?
I would love to, but I'd like to speak to the rest of the team because I'm only one voice here.
Okay.
Councillor Lougheed.
Thank you, and I would just comment that if we look to other industries, whether it's the aircraft industry, rail, locomotive, those kinds of things, the life of those is extended by a rigorous testing and maintenance program that is documented. We have come generations in fire apparatus from where it was locally manufactured. There's been a consolidation of that industry to standards. And so as we move forward, the equipment that we're hoping to extend its life on has met the standards of the day and is no longer being manufacturer driven to maybe perhaps the better way to say it is being manufacturer driven to replace this equipment when it could serve with maintenance and inspection for much longer. I think that's where we have to kind of re-rationalize that industry, and ultimately you don't want to see us pricing out public safety because it's just too expensive to replace this thing, and we say, well, we had a level of service, we can no longer offer that level of service because we have an existing one that could serve the community for many years. It meets the standard when it was built, it could meet the standard of today, and it is thoroughly tested so it's not putting any life safety issues out there. I think it's worthwhile looking into what the possibilities and the challenges might be for that. So I kind of applaud this effort to move forward and really take a viewpoint. And I will just say that, you know, I was in the fire service for a number of times, and the initial part of trying to make the impression or an impression on the people that were making the decisions, such as councils, on what apparatus was necessary, was to try to bring that level of safety up and not just look at how cheaply we could build something. It was putting a standard out there so that you knew that a council of the day wasn't going to cheap out on a truck or a piece of equipment just to match the budget. So I think we've moved past that, but maybe we've let the pendulum swing a little bit too far and it becomes cost prohibitive and just doesn't make sense. So when something doesn't make sense, I think you try to review it and see if there's a better way or if there's a way we can advocate for a review of how that system is working for us. And not just say that, you know, because something is a certain number, that it's no longer it can no longer serve the community.
So just to clarify then, the intent would be to remove the apparatus age requires, and just to confirm, what about the exceptions?
Go ahead, Councilor Merlo.
Thank you, Reeve. I think that the most important part of all of this will be to work with the Alberta Fire Chiefs Association and potentially Canadian Fire Chiefs Association to figure out what will work best. Rather than pigeonholing us into any one direction, I think that we need to sit down with AFCA and the Canadian Fire Chiefs and figure out how we can help them and us to lobby for these changes. I think that rather than us saying this is exactly how we want to see this change, we need to talk to our partners and figure out what the next direction would be. Like I said, I would love to see all the age restrictions and apparatus removed entirely. Even, like, it doesn't even make sense to have a thing saying that, oh, from 20 to 25 years in rural, remote areas, et cetera, you can have apparatus that are older if we're removing the numbers altogether. If we can have the years of service of fire trucks removed altogether and it just be based on operational requirements, and if they're passing their testing, then why does it matter to have that extension? They should just all be able to be as old as they are, as long as they're fitting the operational requirements and tactical needs of your community. If they're not, doesn't matter if they're 5 years or 10 years old. If they're no longer meeting the needs of your community, shouldn't matter how old they are.
Okay, thank you.
Councillor Radcliffe, and then I'll go to Councillor Light. Sorry. Okay, go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
Thank you, Reeve. Yes, certainly the materials, the engineering, the metallurgy, the manufacturing processes have all advanced significantly in the last 40 years even. So this makes sense to have a criteria-based solution that is not related to age. You know, much like the aircraft industry. So I support this. I think it's a great opportunity.
Okay, thank you. I would also offer that this seems like a one umbrella, that, you know, you're gonna shove everybody underneath one thing, and we all have unique areas, unique needs, and I agree with Councillor Lloyd's perspective in regards to the other industries in this, and at the end of the day, those agencies are trying to make it easiest for them, maybe not easiest for us. So I think that us asking that question in regards to timeline versus, on the merit of the equipment, as you've indicated, Councillor Melhoff, is something that needs to be asked. And I agree about working with the Alberta Fire Chiefs and Canadian Fire Chiefs. They're the ones that see this on a day-to-day, so that might prove to have another conversation with them going forward. Go ahead. You had some more to
Thank
add.
you, Reeve.
Yeah.
And I recognize that taking on insurance companies and taking on manufacturers is going to be difficult. Like, I recognize that. We will get a lot of pushback because this is affecting their bottom line, particularly manufacturers. It benefits them to have to replace the trucks every 15 to 20 years. When they're selling a $2 million fire truck, if they get to do it more often, it is to their benefit. And they have major lobby companies that are designed to help make sure that these rules stay the same so they can sell more fire trucks. So this is not going to be easy. I anticipate that the motion, the way that it's written, will need to be adjusted as we learn more and we have to pivot in order to actually achieve these. And I know that, but that doesn't mean we shouldn't do it just because it's hard. So I really appreciate the background that you guys have done on this, and I look forward to how this could progress should the rest of council agree with the motion and continuing forward.
Go ahead. Yes, and thank you for the clarity, because as I read this underwriter survey, like this technical bulletin, it's a bit confusing to administration too. Like it says here, FUS has modified its application for the age requirement for used or rebuilt apparatus. Due to municipal budget constraints within smaller communities, apparatus may continue to be recognized for fire insurance grading past 20 years of age, provided the apparatus successfully passes the recommended annual test and has been deemed in excellent mechanical condition. So we're just looking for what path do we need to take in order to counter, I guess, to counter-argue what FUS has stated here. It sounds a bit tricky, so.
I agree, it's gonna be.
Yeah.
It's gonna be hard.
But this, it helps, like totally, completely removing the age requirement and just leaving it at that and having the Fire Chiefs Association work on
Yeah.
additional details.
If we can work together with the Canadian Fire Chiefs and the Alberta Fire Chiefs, I think that'll help. And I just think that, like I said several times already, removing the age requirements altogether.
Okay,
Go by the
that's-
tactical needs of your community, and as long as apparatus are passing tests, give her. And I get that there's some communities that wanna buy fire trucks all the time to kind of reward their paid on-call volunteers, that, hey, you get new apparatus, you get you get something new, you get something shiny, and it figures them. And if they still wanna do that, great, power to them, but not everybody can afford to do that, and not everybody should afford to do that.
Yeah, no, very helpful, thank you.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so, Councillor Melhoff, if you just want to repeat your motion, and then we will take a vote.
The council direct administration to engage with AFCA to build a resolution to submit to FCM. I said, should I add or applicable? Because you said maybe FCM won't work, Ms. Haight?
Yeah.
Okay.
However you-
To FCM or applicable agency to investigate changes to underwriters and NFPA to better reflect the apparatus needs of the modern fire service.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from council? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Yep. So with that, we have the next councillor-sponsored motion by Councillor Melhoff in regards to resolution in FRIA grants. And go ahead, Ms. Haight, if you want to just.
And yes, the councillor-sponsored motion is from Councillor Melhoff, is to direct administration to investigate advocacy options for removing the burdensome nature of the FRIA grant and the impact of removing the funding from the government allocations directly and only into the granting programs. And I'll turn that over to Councillor Melhoff.
Sounds great, thank you. We all know how FRIA works. We've been working with FRIA for a long time. However, the province used to have their own funding to also do fire mitigation strategies in communities and make it so that municipalities and communities could apply for FRIA funding. That no longer exists. They have filtered all of the funding into FRIA, so then you can't double up programming like you could before. And the people that have all of the training on building fire mitigation strategies now have zero funding in which to implement that. So unless they work with a municipality that applies for FRIA, that then is granted FRIA funding, then their strategies are implemented. We're lucky enough that we work with, I believe his name was Wade, that came and did the presentation to us. We're lucky enough that we can work directly with him and build these mitigation strategies and apply for funding, et cetera. But they should be able to have their own funding still. They're the ones that have the expertise, and all of the funding has been removed from their programming for them to do it directly. They have to work with the municipality to apply for FRIA. So hopefully we can advocate for some of that to be reallocated back to the government themselves to be able to do some of their own work. But again, hopefully with the way that I've written this, that administration to investigate some advocacy options, they will be able to dig in and find even more ways that we can make this more effective and ways we can advocate for these changes. I hope I left it broad enough to give them the freedom to work within within their department and find out what way will work the best. That was my goal anyway, to leave it broad enough that you guys can figure out what'll work best for advocacy options.
Okay, thank you for that. Open the floor for any comments or questions. Go ahead, Councillor Gibson, did you have a question?
Yes, could you please explain the acronym FREA, what it stands for?
So,
Sorry.
no problem. So FREA is the program that grants funding for, it's not fire guard, because fire guards are a different program. It's a fire mitigation strategy, so things like around Nordegg as an example, they will build a mitigation strategy for that community. Wade came in and he presented, I don't know, many pages. I want to say it was like 800-page thing, lots of information of this area gets full removal of trees. This area gets some tree removal and you plant aspen there in the future. This area gets partial to remove the ladder fuels. It's to help make the community safer for fire mitigation, for wildfire management.
So what does FREA stand
I
for?
will look it up. Fire, crap, I should have had that ready. I
Fire,
apologize.
it's the Forest
Forestry
Reserve Improvement Association
Thank
of Alberta.
Thank you. I apologize for not having that right in front of me.
Maybe everyone else.
I don't. No, I should have had that. I should have had that in front of me. So you apply for FREA grants to implement the strategies that you've worked with a team at the province like Wade. And then you apply for a grant to do that. And then that grant goes to a committee. For example, right now, the RMA representative from Wetaskiwin County, the Reeve of Wetaskiwin County, now sits on RMA. He sits on that committee. They then review that and then decide whether you get funding or not for your fire mitigation strategy.
Yeah, do you have questions, more questions? Go ahead, Councillor Gibson.
So in other words, we only have now one stream of funding instead of multiple streams of funding because of this.
That's my understanding.
So we need, okay. Thank you very much.
Yep, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. This is an industry fund, is it not? It's not provincial money.
Yeah.
It's industry setting aside sort of, funding for projects or, yes, prevention.
But the province was funded at 1.2. Like the province also had funding for this and they no longer do. That's my understanding. Maybe when they investigate it further and they dig into it, we'll learn that that's not the case and that I was do all the fire mitigation strategies the province needs.
Okay, thank you.
Perfect. All right, so any other questions or comments? If not, I'll ask Councillor Meloff to read her motion off again, please.
That Council directs administration to investigate advocacy options for removing the burdensome nature of the FREA grants and the impact of removing the funding from the government allocations directly and only into the granting program stream.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion passes. Thank you. So with that, we'll move on to the CO report. We have a few more minutes, so if, move on to item 7.1. CO Evans, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson and Council. The January 14th, 2025 CO report, Central Rural Municipalities of Alberta District 2, CRMA. The spring 2025 general meeting is scheduled for February 7th at 10 a.m. The in-person session will be hosted by the County of Panoka. A virtual option will be provided. Council attendance is approved as per Council's policy. Denim and Diamond Community Business Awards. Rocky Chamber is hosting the Community Business Awards on March 7th. A representative from Council has been invited to bring greetings on behalf of Clearwater County. And attendance requires Council's approval as per Council's policy.
Okay, so are there other councillors that would like to attend the Denim and Diamonds Community Business Awards? And if so, we'll need a motion. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. I am away on March 7th, so I cannot attend, but I would encourage any of my team to do so. It's a very good event with lots of community support, so I would make the motion to approve attendance.
Okay. And just to get a hold of Jana for tickets, correct? Yeah. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Motion's carried. Thank you. Go ahead. Last one.
Thank you. Rural Municipalities of Alberta, the RMA 2025 Spring Convention will take place March 17th to 19th at the Edmonton Convention Center. The convention agenda has yet to be released. Council attendance is approved as per policy.
Excellent. So now I'd like a motion to accept the CEO report. Councillor Cermak makes that motion. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Just looking at the time, why don't we take our lunch break now and return to 7.2 after lunch, and let's give ourselves till 12:45, please. All right, welcome back. We just finished our lunch break and we're back into our agenda at item 7.2, which is the Office Administrator Memo and Report for December 20th. Turn it over to CEO Emmons.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson, Council. So this report is just follow-up from the oversight review from Municipal Affairs. They attached their comments on the attached formatted spreadsheet, and if there were any questions in this regard, it is attached, and the overseer's comments are also there for review.
So question in regards, would you just require a motion to accept for information? Yes? Would you just require a motion to accept for information then for this item and the next item, or just?
Yes, please.
Okay.
Thank you.
So go ahead, Councillor Melha.
Thank you, Reeve. Thank you, Reeve. How much longer do we have an overseer for?
The oversight is till January 7th.
Okay.
So this is a matter of cleaning up the meetings behind us.
Okay. Perfect. Thank you. I'll make the motion to accept for information.
Okay. Thank you. Any other comments or questions? If you have any other comments or questions, go ahead, Councillor Radcliffe.
For all three items?
No, I just had that for 7.2.
So it's just 7.2?
Okay. I'll call a question. All those in favor? Set for information, that's carried. 7.3 is the Village of Caroline, same administrative memo and report. Go ahead, CEO Emmons.
And again, this is the same process. The former Village of Caroline had the same overseer as Clearwater County. The report is attached for review, and if there were any questions that fall out of that.
Okay. Any questions or comments? Councillor Gibson?
The motion that we accept this for information.
Thank you. Any other comments, questions? Councillor Cermak?
Rick, can you explain to me what her job is or what she does? Because all I see is it says it's out of scope or approved. She just goes through our meetings and says, yeah, we're doing okay, or we're not doing right, or we're out of sorts, or what?
Correct. All of the above. So the task of the overseer, who was assigned to us by the minister, was truly to ensure both municipalities are, to use a bit of a slang, playing within bounds. Ensuring that neither municipality is making long-term financial commitments that the new municipality might be saddled with, so to speak. And ensuring that motions complement the current priorities. That another municipality isn't planning on an amalgamated process to balance a budget. As the former Clearwater County Council, when we were going through budget, we were very adamant that our budget did not reflect the former Village of Caroline. It did not reflect amalgamation. It was if we were a standalone municipality, and ensuring that process was adhered to. So if that helps.
So just an overseer on that we are following a policy that the Municipal Government Act sets out and the minister wants, so this amalgamation goes smoothly.
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay, Councillor Gibson has made a motion to accept the memo and report for information for the Village of Caroline. If there's no other comments or questions, I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to council remuneration reports. All our remunerations are in for the 2024. If there's no comments or questions, looking for a motion to accept the remuneration, council remuneration. Okay, Counselor Cermak will make that motion. Call the question, all those in favor? And that's carried. We're now to the counselor verbal reports, and we'll start with Division 1.
Excellent, thank you, Reeve. So, with the holiday season, it hasn't been super busy, but the Reeve and myself traveled to Nehill County to the RMA South Central District 2 meeting. It was great to hear what all of our other municipalities are working on. And a huge topic of conversation was the mature assets strategy that hopefully will be released here in the next couple of weeks. And what we potentially will do if and when that strategy released is looking at a 30% reduction in to taxes and mature assets, or it could be looking as much as that. It's my understanding that's happened before to municipalities, and let's hope it actually doesn't happen, but it's projected that will be what happens. So I would anticipate at minimum an emergent resolution to come forward for RMA to help try to manage that, and potentially even worse than that. I know that I made a suggestion that actually was seen as a potential strategy when the provincial government doesn't like that the federal government is stepping into provincial realm. The provincial government sues the federal government. That could be an option for municipalities because property taxes are the realm of municipalities, and if the provincial government is going to continue to step into the jurisdiction of municipalities, that could be an option that we could take. We'll probably lose in court because we don't have any constitutional standing, unlike the provincial government when they're taking the federal government to court. They have a constitutional standing and a constitutional mandate. We are not in the Constitution. Again, I'm still team put us in the Constitution. And the best time to plant a tree was 20 years ago or today. So we could start working on that as well. Maybe another thing for us to bring up at FCM is that municipalities should have constitutional standing. But that's going to be our next big issue provincially, is that mature asset and strategy. Right now, it's honestly just people making conjecture, and hopefully we'll have that released in the next couple of weeks. The RMA finished their Below the Drill campaign that they think went extremely well, and they're hoping to be able to use that strategy on some other advocacy work. So hopefully we'll see some more things coming out of RMA regarding that. And the health minister, they're going to send a request hopefully to the health minister for our central zone meeting to have them come and send somebody to go over the restructuring and how acute care Alberta versus Recover Alberta, like all the different four pillars. So hopefully they'll be successful in that. It was also suggested that ASHA be requested to come and present to us, and somebody on this mature asset strategy to give it a full understanding. So they're trying to have some other learning opportunities during our meeting in February. So that'll be good. Hopefully they can do something like that. We also discussed moving the meeting, the fall meeting that is scheduled for October 24th. Which is only 4 days out from an election. It's being suggested to get moved into November to give the newly elected councils some time to actually get their feet underneath them before they have to jump right into an RMA meeting. So that'll be coming to Central Zone for a vote of the group as well. And then I wrote down the update from every municipality. If you'd like it, I can send it out. Otherwise, not a big deal. I also had a health engagement team meeting, and there's some issues at the hospital right now that we're trying to manage. We've got some bed blocking problems there right now, so we're gonna try to help advocate to remove the bed blocking. Having long-term care patients in an acute care bed not only is significantly more expensive, but then you have nurses that don't want to be here because they signed up to do acute care patients, not long-term care patients. So the seniors facilities need to take their residents back, and right now they're not. So we had a meeting with Jason about that as well, so that he can hopefully help us deal with the long-term care facilities not taking their residents back. So that's an issue. We are touring surgeons this week. Hopefully one of them will sign on. So fingers crossed for us that way. We're also losing another physician. So that is unfortunate. There seems to be a disconnect still continued through Central Medical Affairs and the Rocky Hospital. So again, we met with Jason with regards to that, and he's gonna set up meetings with the health ministry to try to see if we can fix that. Granted, I think everything is gonna move a little bit slow because the next pillar is due to come up this spring, which would then manage this. So it depends, are the Central Medical Affairs people gonna move over with it, or are they bringing in a whole new group of people? Because if it's the same people, then you're probably gonna have the same problem move over to the new association. So we'll see how that all works out. I know that Jason's gonna try to help us, or Minister Nixon's gonna try to help us with that. So we'll see how that goes. One of the other things we talked about at that meeting is any type of things we can do to try to incentivize people to come here. And an example is, obviously there's communities that give money when physicians want to come here. We've always steered away from that. For example, Stettler now does that, where they give a monetary contribution for you coming to their community. Again, we've always been away from that, so we're looking for some other suggestions. So the town councilors are gonna talk to the town about maybe arena passes, to give them kind of passes to use that. And I'd like to see if we can work with Caroline to do the same for the Caroline facilities. So I don't know if Rick can help us with that, or if he's listening. He's concentrating very hard on whatever he's concentrating on. I'll send an email.
There you go.
To see if we can do the same for the Caroline facility, to try to give some passes for that. I know that it's Caroline and it's not Rocky, but if we're gonna try to do it for the facility here, we should do it for any facility that we have management over, or at least that's what I think we should do anyway. So I'll send an email to that regard.
Monthly passes to Miners Cafe for a pie.
Oh, right, wouldn't that be great? Wouldn't that be great? We do tour them, so, because some of them come here specifically for the West Country. So we have them fill out a form before they come, like what do they want to see when we tour them around the community? And if the West Country is on that list, then we do that. We take them out to the West Country, we stop in for pie, we do those things. So Dale Chappelle has actually been amazing as being one of those people that can do those tours. I don't know how he has the time in his schedule, but he's able to make the time in his schedule to do most of those tours, which has been great. Some amazing news. The old OR is scheduled for its rebuild starting June 1st. So we'll finally have 2 operating rooms. We've always been told we have 2 operating rooms. We have not had 2 operating rooms. But the old OR is scheduled for its rebuild starting June 1st. And that will give us up to 4 new beds. So as long as we can get the staff to run ortho and general, and we can get the surgeons to run general, and the anesthetists, then we will be able to have 2 operating rooms going, which would be amazing. So fingers crossed on that. And I was at the CRFRS Awards. I was there as a spouse. However, I just want to thank those members for their years of service. It's always a very well done event, but it's amazing to see the dedication of our team and how much time that they put in and the different awards that they received. I was double duty that night because I also was at the Search and Rescue Awards and their Years of Service Awards. And it's truly amazing what our organizations, and they're not even necessarily ours, like SAR is not one of ours, but our community really does amazing things. And I'm happy that we actually celebrate those years of service and the different commitment to the community that they've done. And I think that might be, one more thing, I'm sorry. Gas Co-op met with Blue Mountain Power Co-op to try to find ways that we can be ready as the co-ops for any help we can give to bringing data centers into the community. The new legislation around data centers saying that they have to bring their own power. well, if the member-owned utilities are ready to help support that, that would be amazing. So they don't have a specific way that they can help because they don't have a specific project. So it's really hard for them to go to ASO and say, yes, we have the power available, or no, we don't. But once there is any type of a development suggestion, they for sure would like to come to the table and find out ways that they can help. They also made some suggestions for some locations where these could already go based on where the grid can either help support it or where it doesn't need to be connected to the grid based on where the gas is and where power is, et cetera. I obviously won't mention where those locations are in open session, but they definitely came up with some great ideas of how they can help, if nothing else, advocate for some locations that would be really great within our community that we can hopefully capitalize on for these lucrative data centers. And also, I do have a question for administration. Is Felipe coming to actually meet with us? Because it is confirmed that is in Clearwater County. That is not in Lacombe. So it is for sure in Clearwater County. Are they actually gonna come and have a conversation with the municipality it actually is in?
Seahawks?
Thank you. Administration has been in conversation with the company, and we've been told yes.
Okay, perfect. Thank you. And
That concludes.
That's it for me. Thanks.
Awesome. Thank you. Any questions for Councillor Melhoff? Councillor Ratcliffe?
Yes. Did I understand you to say that you hadn't been very busy?
Yeah, I did say I wasn't very busy. I guess I was more busy than I thought. Sorry. That's light-ish.
Thank you. Councillor Lougheed?
Well, you can imagine how I feel. It's a tough act to follow, for sure. But I will just mention, I think it's been a relatively short week since we last had a meeting, and did have the opportunity to attend a community meeting in Leslieville. I know Councillor Melhoff did as well. And that was the community center there outlining some of the challenges they're facing around their building and looking to the future of what that holds there and looking for examples as well, because we know that many of our community centers are facing the same struggles as Leslieville. So we hope for solutions, not only from the community, but through local government as well, and the provincial government perhaps as well too, because these are I think problems that are echoed throughout many communities in rural Alberta, and additional supports for those valuable structures that are just part of the quality of life in rural Alberta. It's important that we create a stream to support them in the good work they do. So with that, I will pass the baton along.
Okay, thank you. Quick question, big attendance on that? I mean,
Quite well attended, for one of those things where essentially they're asking for community support to find a path forward. I think it was quite well attended. I think there was probably 35 plus maybe at the meeting, and very willing to answer questions and outline where they're at in the process. And yeah, I think it was maybe an eye-opener for many people within the community that there's a big challenge ahead of that particular facility.
okay, good. Councillor Melhoff?
Thank you, Reeve. And I did make the, sorry team, I did make the suggestion that they do a delegation to council as well, so that council has a understanding of the challenges that they're facing, because they now have that report from the engineer. So I'm hopeful that will take place soon. And it's my understanding it's actually then they're not looking for a variance, they're looking for our ulterior engineering, alternative solution. But that's actually in the hands now of our staff to then send that to the province. So they don't necessarily want to start fundraising hard right away until they know whether they are granted that alternative solution. So hopefully our staff can get that up to the province soon so that they can know one way or the other, because they don't want to lose their occupancy. Nobody wants to see anybody's occupancy gone, but particularly for a community with one of the busiest community halls, it's gonna be important that they have some clarity on what they're gonna be required to do, so.
For sure. Good. And thank you for attending, that's good. Any other questions for Councillor Lambert? If not, I'll pass it on to Councillor Cermak.
Okay, I definitely did not have a busy 2 weeks. I think the only 2 meetings I attended was our regular council meeting on the 7th, which went along really well with the amalgamation of Caroline and everything. That all got going. And then I did a virtual one with the County of Mountain View. And we discussed the road going out to Cole Camp and out to our west country on the south end of we have to go through Mountain View County to get to our road. And we asked the question if it was going to be a band-free road, their portion, and they said absolutely not at this time because there is no draw there. The lumber industry used to be the big user of the road. They're not in that area anymore. We discussed, and I think that our administration is going to bring back that when we rebuild our road out there that needs the paved portion and maybe narrow the road up because it's a super wide road we have out there. It takes a lot of maintenance to look after that road. We may do ours, but that's going to come to council. Whether we do a band-free section of our paved road there, because if we do a band-free and the municipal of Mountain View keeps a band on their part, our road will last, instead of 15 years, it'll probably last 25 years. Because they band theirs 6 months out of the year. In the winter time, they can haul full loads. Our road can take it if it's, and our policy in Clearwater County is to go to a band-free road when we rebuild. So it just makes sense to do that. I thought it was a really good meeting. My computer wasn't working very good. Rick had to help me out a whole bunch. And the other meeting I went to was last night, was our ag meeting. We now have a new president at the ag meeting, is Kelly Tubbs. Tracy is stepping down. It's her last year of 6 years. She said that she would stay on as recording secretary and she would help the new president in the changeover for the next year, which I thought was great. I just can't believe the amount of people that donate their time to that community down there. It is just so impressive. It really is. And now, not trying to throw anybody under the bus here, Rick, but we are still trying to get the final drawings on the upgrade to our arena there so that we can at least have one liquor event in the arena. We have been asking the engineer for the last 2 months, where is it? And we get no response back from him. If you could look into that, I would really appreciate that. The volunteers out there are getting a little frustrated because our ice comes out in March. And if we could start, on some of those projects so that we know it's too much of the unknown. I'm just expressing what the committee said. We are having more problems with the brine pump and the piping out there in our in the arena. I understand that we were doing a report on the ice plant and the piping. I thought we had somebody going out there to check that out. I think we're at life end with our ice plant. We keep putting Band-Aid fixes on it. I think the ice plant is 40 plus years old. I think it's getting probably closer to 50 years. So, and I think the bill that I hear getting pushed around is about $1 million. And what they do is they build a plant, they bring it out in a building and everything, they just put it beside your arena, they eliminate the old one, and they repipe it in, and it's good to go. That could happen sooner or later. The committee out there is concerned that we don't want to be shut down like Didsbury is right now, and a few of the other ones. Sorry to bring all of that up on that, but if we could get some final drawings on the upgrade would be great, and maybe a little bit of report on what the engineers have looked at our ice plant and stuff. The committee out there would certainly appreciate it. Thank you.
Okay. Any questions for Councillor Cermak? Seeing none. Thank you. Councillor Ratcliffe.
Thank you. I haven't been that busy with county events the last while. One thing was the January 8th FCSS meeting. The main topics were planning for the meeting with the minister on January 27th, and prior to that meeting, getting together with some of the major community service providing groups. We also reviewed 6 funding applications and approved a portion of funding for 5 of those. 1 was denied. There's also a comment that we need to promote more volunteerism in the community. Maybe Caroline can show us how, because so many of these nonprofit organizations depend on volunteers for service delivery. Later that evening, afternoon, I attended the Unstoppable Conversations workshop, very mind expanding on opportunities that we could follow. And yes, the Reeve was there at that as well. And at the FCS meeting, of course, Councillor Gibson and I were present. That's all I have.
Okay,
You can pick up what I forgot.
thank you. Councillor Gibson. Okay, I attended the FCSS meeting. We're still getting a lot of requests, and so we have to very carefully go through the applications. And it's really hard to say no to anyone, or we can only fund you a little bit at a time, because we don't know what's coming in at us in the next series. There's a lot of discussion about the meeting with the minister. We've kind of been given guidelines from him, which is good, to what he's kind of looking for. The 5 groups that we've invited are going to meet in the morning with us, and then we do a summation and then present that to him in the afternoon. He's only there for, I think, is it 30 minutes or something? Is it an hour now? Yeah, first it was 15 minutes, and he's been expanding it as time goes on. So we're hoping on being able to give him a lot of food for thought, and we were told not to ask for the major thing that we do need. So, as always, but yeah. So we're really looking forward to that, and hopefully great things will come out of the 29th. I have a library board meeting coming up in February in Caroline. Have not received back any information about when the Rocky Library Board meets. So I will get in contact with them again and find out. So other than that, that was it. Oh, I did some training, yes. Training on broadband. I had an IT session. And then and I've done a few other things as well.
Very good. Go ahead, Councillor Mello.
Thank you, Reeve. For our FCSS people in the room, What are some examples of some of the programs that FCSS has funded?
Okay, we have funded the West Country Family Services with their Lifeline. We have, I didn't write all the funding applications down.
Was there Meals on Wheels
Yeah,
as well?
and then I can't honestly.
And the family support services
Through the school.
with Wild Rose School Division?
Family wellness?
Yeah.
Yeah.
And with the Wild Rose School Division, even though the division is really big, they make sure our dollars stay in Clearwater County, which is nice because there's always, when everyone hears that, they say, well, it's gonna go into the general pot and not used here, but it's definitely has to be used here, so.
That's good to hear. No, I just, because I've never been on FCSS, it's, I'm just trying to understand more about what it means, and especially with our delegation earlier today, we need to understand even more what their mandate is and what they do. So understanding some of the programs that they funded historically might give us a better idea of what they do.
Yeah, we have a strict mandate, and we can't go outside of that. And that's, some of it is the problem now. If we get extra funding, unfortunately from the county or the town, then maybe we can fund those things, but right now, we're basically tied to a lot of the mandate. And Andrea nicely has done this time, a metrics of the funding applications that come in to what they meet and what they don't. And so it helps us out making the decisions as well.
Awesome.
But I try not to remember who we fund because I don't want to say you were funded and you weren't, so.
No, for sure, but understanding the types of programs that you're funding already
Yeah.
Helps me understand
Yeah.
the way the mandate sits. So
And for
I appreciate
example,
that.
for the food, for the Meals on Wheels, we don't fund food. But we fund the containers that the food goes into. So, because food is one thing we cannot fund. We also support a lot of the young people in town here. And Lindsay runs a program for them. She'd like to expand it to the skate park in Caroline. She's working on getting information from them so that they can set up a program out there. So, but it's only run by one of the teachers, and he's kind of running himself ragged. So, but yeah, there's next time I will give a better report on what.
No, it's fine. I just was curious. Thank you. I appreciate it.
There's
Council?
also programs run by FCSS directly, and they're also a referral agency, so there's a lot of one-on-one where people come in with a problem and are referred to different agencies for support.
Yeah, Neighborhood Places is funded in Caroline. So it's kind of a one-stop shop there.
Councillor Light?
Thank you. Maybe I'll just share from some of my experience sitting on FCSS. One of the challenges you face there is that if a program is supported by another government or government agency, of course you're not able to help out. So the province has been very good at stepping back from actually funding a lot of those things, and it allows FCSS to fund things that they formerly funded. So you mean FCS has become a stopgap when the province no longer funds a program that has been important to the community. So I think we need to keep our advocacy going, knowing that FCSS is drastically underfunded for what the government expects it to do because it's stepped back from those supports.
Great. Awesome. Councillor Cermak?
I'm really inquisitive of FCSS because I have no idea. I know that it does something, What is your budget? How much are you willing or able to dole out? And where do you get your funding from?
Funding is only from the provincial government.
80%.
And it's 60,
80%.
20% from the county, 20% from the town, and then 80% from the government, from the province. And that's where it is now. If the municipality or the town decides to put in more than 20%, that's great. But 20% is what they have to put in. And so then we don't fundraise beyond that. That is the funds we have. So it's.
So this year's budget is, I think, just over 700,000.
Yeah.
And because there are programs delivered and operating costs for FCSS itself, there is 370
to 380.
available for grants to other nonprofit service agencies.
Because out of
On
that.
top of the 700,000?
No.
That's
Oh, it's including the 700,000?
Yes, because we also have to, our staff is also paid out of that as well. So
our 20% is on the 700 or on the 700 minus the 380?
it is on the 700.
Okay.
That's included.
Mm-hmm.
The 20% from the town and the county is included in that.
Included in that, yeah.
It's my understanding that FCSS can be an open meeting for maybe
Yes.
other councillors that would like to go
Yeah,
and
it can be.
observe. So unless there's a closed session, that's good, yeah.
Yeah,
Just
no.
no different than a council meeting, so there's an opportunity to, is what I understand. Councillor Light?
I don't want to underemphasize that the whole concept behind FCSS was to allow communities to identify their social needs and to be able to have a funding stream to do those things. I'm often frustrated that the province steps back from those needs and creates the need for a social network within the community. So ultimately, to promote and encourage volunteerism in your community, you need to have those supports in place. And it's so difficult when the province under-supports those organizations that are meant to support volunteers and those service agencies within the community. So got to keep any time you get a chance, bend the ear of your MLAs, your other decision makers, that we need greater supports for FCSS and the work it does.
And a lot of the programs that the province has been not funding anymore don't fall into our mandate. So they just disappear. And that's a problem. And I find it very annoying that every time we have a meeting, they tout how important FCSS is. But yet they're downloading onto us programs that don't fit into our mandate. So it's like the rabbit chasing the carrot. It doesn't work always.
Okay, go ahead.
And so often, it's the retired and the semi-retired people, and it's the youth in our community that don't have that voice that we find that the mainstream has more of an opportunity to advocate for those people that have been a little bit marginalized in here. And it's easy for that other level of government to forget about the people that the funding stream directly affects. Just keep bending their ear. We need more money in FCSS.
That's why we were looking forward to the 29th, or is it the 29th? Got the right date? When we meet with the minister.
So was that the thing that you weren't supposed to talk about, is
No,
more
no, no.
money?
Okay, don't bother asking.
There you go. There it is. Yeah. Oh, thank you for your reports. Again, I'll just reiterate for mine, Councillor Malhoff and I did do the South Central RMA meeting. In regards to that mature asset strategy, I believe all of us got an email from RMA in regards to that. It was a December 18th email. If you didn't get it from RMA, tell me, I have it and I could re-forward it to you. There was a one-pager on the mature asset strategy and then a the 8-page report. So just get a hold of me afterwards and I'll gladly forward it again to you, no problem. In regards to the Unstoppable conversations, they're continuing on with their Wednesday evening call-in sessions, and we have our expansion, our community expansion on February 19th, so more information to come on that. January 10th, I'm part of the Ashen Nomination Committee. We are scheduled to do some interviews this Friday for members at large, specifically through our matrix. We have different gaps that we identify for members at large that we would like to fill those gaps. So we have a couple of interviews on Friday. Again, going to what Councillor Melhoff has said in regards to the Regional Fire Awards evening. There was 2 call-outs that evening within about a half an hour, and I can say, I think they all would have gone out the door if they could have, but they realized that not all of them can go, so we can be very proud of the service and the dedication that these volunteers have, and I think our community is in great hands. And then I emailed you all last evening in regards to a request from Mayor Johnson in regards to sign a letter to the Minister Miller regarding Red Deer Polytech. So I'll just bring it up at this time. Is it okay if I forward on my signature to add to his letter in regards to that? So what it basically boils down to that there are 4-year programs in, let's say, University of Alberta and University of Calgary. And there could be the same 4-year program sitting in Red Deer Polytech. They're up here, Red Deer Polytech is recognized down here, and it should be all on the same level because it has the same qualifications. So that is basically what Mayor Johnson is asking, is that all the central region mayors and reeves, because we have Red Deer Polytech in our region, to help advocate for elevating that response. So if you're all willing to agree, I will forward on my signature on his letter. Councillor Lougheed.
Certainly support that, but I would also ask that we forward to our own MP as well. I noticed the list of copies didn't include our MP, but it would be great if we could do that in our letter.
That is very good. I will make a note to ask him to forward that to the MPs. Okay, thank you for that.
I would agree with that.
Okay, thank you. So with that, I have nothing else to report. Just looking for a motion to accept the council verbal reports.
Before, I would just like to know when the next meeting of the FCSS is. I was going to ask that, but we moved on. That I can attend.
Yeah. February?
29th, yeah. I don't.
How about an email?
Yeah. Yeah. I will do that because.
Okay, thank you.
I'll talk to you on the way home.
Okay. Okay. So, Councillor Shermick, would you make that motion to accept the?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Then that motion's carried. Moving on to course, go ahead, Councillor Ratcliffe.
Should just mention that because the minister is arranging the venue for that part of the meeting, that, the number of attendees is controlled. Yeah.
Would you be?
But as far as the regular meeting?
Yeah, regular.
Regular meeting.
Councillor Gibson or I can let you know.
Yeah. Good.
Yeah. Very good. So with that, we're now down to the correspondence section. There's 2 letters in that correspondence. If no one wants to bring up anything, I'm looking for a motion. Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I'll happily make that motion. I did have a question with regards to the letter we received from the RCMP. They had also requested that they get some space in our newsletter that we send out, the quarterly flyer thing that we send out. Were we able to coordinate with them so that they could put stuff in our newsletter? Just they said that it goes to every resident, so they would like to see if they can get us some space in there to put some safety stuff in there, so.
And planning is coordinating with communications to see what that looked like. The short answer would be Yes, it really doesn't cost us any more to save a spot, so.
Okay, perfect, thank you. I just wanted to make sure that request they made of us went through. So we make a lot of requests of them, so the one time that we can help them, we can try to do that, so thank you. And I'll make the motion to accept both the correspondence for information.
Okay, thank you. No other comments or questions? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Moving on to the section of notices of motion. I believe at this time, Councillor Ratcliffe has a notice of motion, and I believe you read it out, Councillor Ratcliffe, and then it will come to the next meeting for background. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. The motion is that council directs administration to enter into discussion with the town of Rocky Mountain House administration and potentially with the Chamber of Commerce, as there's some overlap, to arrange a regional economic summit or opportunity summit with local stakeholders in the first quarter of 2025, but also to arrange dates for regular joint economic development meetings with town council. I have been in discussion with councillors from the town as well over the last while, and this comes out from discussions there, that it's also supported within the town council.
Very good. I don't believe there's any motions at that point, because this will come back to a future council meeting. Now moving on, we have our closed session, but before we go into closed session, I believe there needs to be an addition to that, just a last minute addition, an urgent addition. So CO Emmons will mark that down as 10.2, intergovernmental.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. If I could respectfully request council to motion the amendment to the agenda, and that would require a 2/3 vote, please.
Okay, so someone would like to make a motion to amend the agenda first, right? Councillor Gibson makes that motion. I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Now, someone would like to make a motion to add the 10.2 intergovernmental. Councillor Ratcliffe, we will make that motion. All right. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Now we can go to make a motion to go into closed session. Looking to go into closed session. Motion. Councillor Ratcliffe at 1:40. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And welcome back. We just came out of closed session and we do have some motions coming out of closed session. So the first motion is coming from 10.1 in regards to Nordic lots pricing, and I'll turn that over to Councillor Ratcliffe, please.
Thank you, Reeve Swanson. I move that council directs administration to sell lot 10, block 5, plan 2320829 in Nordegg for $199,500.
Okay.
Do you need more?
All right.
Price including GST, of course.
Yes, GST and meeting the requirements of the advertising. Yeah. Okay. Any other comments or questions on that motion? Go ahead, Councillor Melhoff.
Thank you, Reeve. I will support this motion, seeing that there was no petition completed, and that there was no other forms of complaint coming out of the community. I think that it makes sense that we go forward and do it.
Okay, thank you. Any other comments or questions before I call the question? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you. Then moving on to our addition of 10.2, which was the intergovernmental verbal. We have a motion coming from there. Councillor Cermak.
Yes, the council directs administration to work with Mountain View County to develop joint media release regarding topics discussed at the recent ICF meeting.
Thank you. Any other comments or questions? Seeing none, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that motion's carried. I seen there's no other additions or items on our agenda today. Now looking to number 11, which is adjournment, looking for a motion to adjourn. Councillor Ratcliffe.
For my neighbor and make the motion for adjournment.
All right, all those in favor? And that motion's carried. Thank you.